welcome everyone, and good evening to our members of the public. Good evening to Dr. Cascone, to my fellow board members, to our special presenters and guests this evening, and Mr. Mendez. And Ms. Flowers, would you please do the honors roll call, please?
Okay, thank you. Good evening, everyone. Roll call. Mrs. Realtor?
Here.
Mrs. Merklinger?
I'm sorry, Ms. I believe you were muted. Oh, Cheryl, can you say something again? I didn't hear you.
Oh, I'm here.
Oh, okay, thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Rothstein?
Here.
Vice President Tunnicliffe?
Here.
President Trix Scales?
Here.
Thank you. Please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you very much, Mrs. Flowers. And in consideration of the closed meeting minutes of April 19th and 30th and May 3rd, as well as the public meeting minutes from April 12th, 19th, 30th, and May 3rd. May I have a motion to approve?
Yes,
I'll
moved.
motion.
Thank you, Mr. Rothstein. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Ms. Merklinger, thank you. Any discussion? Roll call vote, please. Thank you, Ms. Flowers.
You were muted. I just unmuted you. You're unmuted now.
Thank you.
Sure.
Mrs. Realtor?
Yes.
Mrs. Merklinger?
Yes.
Mr. Rothstein?
Yes.
Vice President Tunnicliffe?
Yes.
President Trix Scales?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Flowers. We have a very hefty agenda tonight, everyone. We have a couple of presentations, and this is the annual meeting at which the board takes care of a lot of business, personnel business. So I just want to let everyone know that as we move into the hour between 10 and 10:30, it is most likely that we will be taking a break at a comfortable spot on the agenda. And so at this time, our student liaison reports, Ms. Celestin and Ms. Ridley.
Good evening, everyone. A very brief report tonight. I wanted to recognize and acknowledge some recent award.
Oh no, Miss Ridley, we have.
Did you freeze?
She did. Let me get Andre Spotlight. Yes, you froze, Olivia. If you can start all over again for us.
Good evening, everyone. This is a very quick report for tonight. I wanted to begin by just acknowledging some recent awards and accomplishments from the West Orange High School seniors. Andrew Gart was awarded the National Merit Scholarship and will be attending the Honors College at the University of South Carolina on a full scholarship. As a high school senior going into college next year, National Merit Scholarship is a big deal. So it's, certainly very proud of our students. Also, Royson Fullis received an appointment to West Point Military Academy. Royson is currently the squadron commander in the Air Force ROTC, which is also just a brilliant accomplishment. And the West Orange High School senior and student council president Anya Dillard has been named the 2020-2021 Student Leader of the Year by the New Jersey Association of Student Councils, which is also brilliant. I also have this small excerpt from this article on the West Orange homepage because Anya is just truly incredible. In addition to this award, Anya is the founder of Next Gen Come Up, which is a web-based nonprofit organization dedicated to encouraging youth to pursue activism, explore community service, and express their creativity. Anya has also helped to organize the first ever public celebration of Juneteenth in West Orange. And she has been featured in Elle, 17, and Glamour magazines for her youth activism. So I just wanted to applaud these absolutely incredible students. And yeah, that kind of closes up my part of the agenda, Andre.
Good evening and congratulations to the seniors again. And even the few that, not the few, but the many that we might have not mentioned, congratulations to you guys as well. This is a very exciting time. And I know you can't post about everybody, but very proud of everybody. So I have a few announcements. For the seniors, check your emails. We got a link with all of the latest important deadlines and dates. It's going to be posted in the chat for all the panelists and the attendees if you'd like to check that out. So let's start with the fun stuff. So we have senior prom. Senior prom contracts have to be signed and turned in by June 1st. And all the information, the screen is being shared so you guys can see it. All the information is going to be down below. Ms. Croft Cheese, if you could just scroll a little bit. Thank you, thank you. All righty. So, yes, all righty. So now, Senior Fun Day, June 4th. That's when we're going to be getting our lawn signs as well. Then senior prom is actually on June 16th, but like I said, make sure that you have everything in by the 1st because that is the deadline. Graduation, we will have 3 rounds of graduation. All of the information is specified in here, A to F, G to N, O to Z. It's all on the same day, just different times, 9 a.m., 11, and then 1 p.m. And then Project Grad is on June 24th. There's a lot more information that I'm going to give on the website. If you'd like to check that out, like I said, the link is in the chat for everybody to see. And if you scroll down a little bit more, or is it up? Oh no, go up a little bit, sorry. Okay, right there. So banners, if you'd like to get your custom banner, the link is literally right below the picture. If you'd like to click that, you can get your custom banner, whatever you'd like, and just hang it up. Because they're cute. All righty, that's all from us. Thank you, guys.
Thank you, ladies. It's exciting. It's been a rough year, but even having had a rough year, this is the time of year that's so exciting for our seniors, and you all are just bubbling. So it's just spreading. So I'm bubbling too. So yes, you are cute, and we need those banners up so we can see those smiling faces. Great. And at this time, we are going to move into Dr. Cascone's report. And Dr. Cascone, it's all yours.
Thank you, President Trigg-Scales. Good evening, members of the board, invited guests, our student liaisons, and of course, all of our community members in attendance tonight. We welcome you. We do have quite a number of items on the agenda. I'll just start with a few kind of top of mind updates before we transition into the presentations. I appreciate Andre sharing some information about the senior activities. I did want to share some information about that as well. Of course, I have to say that I saw Andre in a very different capacity today. She was flying through those hurdles. I saw her at a track meet today, and I was like, wow. I was like, she can run those hurdles as well. So she's a young woman of many talents. So I'm excited about this fun day. Apparently, it's going to be quite a day. Yearbook signings. There'll be complimentary lunches, live music, forearm airbrushing, carnival boardwalk theme games such as basketball hoops, water guns, balloon pops. And then students who have chosen to attend the prom can make table selections. And I have to give a big shout out to the PTA. not only for their assistance in helping to fund this event, but also with the lawn sign. So big shout out to our high school PTA, amazing job. And we can't thank you enough for your assistance with these events. June 4th is certain to be a great day of fun for our seniors. Of course, the prom, which is great. That is one thing this senior class was on top of last year's class. You got a prom. So, and apparently I think, I'm not sure, Andre, Olivia, dancing is dancing. I thought I heard that dancing might be allowed now. Is that true or?
Yeah, the state lifted restrictions on that. So I'm not sure if there's any updates, but I'm pretty sure we can dance.
Yeah, I mean, at least some line dancing, right? So that's great news for our seniors. That's sure at the Birchwood Manor is going to be a great night for them. We have our graduation, 3 sessions. Every graduate will be able to have 4 guests, which will be nice. In addition to, parents, guardians, and caretakers, some additional family members and siblings, which will be make it more of an auspicious occasion for family. And also the project graduation will be a great night. Again, many thanks to the project graduation organizing committee. The board's been able to provide some additional support for that event through to provide some additional transportation, as transporting the students this year is a little bit more of a challenge because of the social distance. So we're able to assist with doubling the buses, as well as assisting students, providing some financial assistance to students for caps and gowns and yearbooks. And the district is happy to support, providing some degree of financial assistance there as we did last year. Our senior class, I was happy to receive some, and thank you, Olivia. You both y'all stole my thunder a little bit. I think you might have been looking in on my Google Doc here, because I was going to give some shout outs to, some of our seniors as well. Just, the United States Military Academy, continuing West Orange's really perennial tradition of sending outstanding young men and women to our service academies, which I think is a true testament to our district, to our high school, and of course, last but not least, our students and their families. Some of the colleges, Princeton, our own Olivia Ridley going to Yale, Stanford, and really just a host of great universities. We have a number of students who are moving on to community college to pursue a 2-year degree there and then move on to a 4-year college. All told, we have 85% of our students that have applied to either a 2 or 4-year college, and 5% that have been expressed interest in the military. So notwithstanding the pandemic, our teachers, whether through recommendation letter writing, our school counseling office has done an outstanding job in ensuring that this pandemic, as it did not last year, has not impeded our seniors from moving on to their post-secondary careers and goals. So we commend students and staff alike for moving forward with that. So just a quick update. Obviously, last week was our first week during which we combined our elementary cohorts, where our students are now going 4 half-days a week with a synchronous day on Friday. I was down in the schools. It went extremely well. And the kids looked perfectly thrilled to be there. And we will move to combining our cohorts on the secondary level on Monday, next Monday, May 17th. A lot of great activities being planned. Again, big shout outs to our PTAs. Our school-based PTAs have been doing an amazing job in working with our building principals to help organize and schedule, great end of year events, fun and field days, movie nights, car washes, and then of course our moving up ceremonies and orientation. So there's a lot of great stuff going on in all of our schools, which will be great ways for our students to close out the year. And get some much needed interaction with their peers, and gain some great momentum as we move into the summer and then into next year, as we continue to enjoy a bit more normalcy with each passing week. This past Saturday, just wanted to acknowledge an event that took place at our high school this past Saturday. Was the first what I imagine might be an annual event, the Coach Joe Suriano Invitational, which was a multi-team track meet in which the esteemed Andre Celestine competed along with her track and field teammates. I just want to thank West Orange High School alum and track standout, Mr. Bruce Berry, the Track Boosters Club, Coach Jackson and the track and field coaching staff, Mr. Bly, Mr. Moore, the high school administration, the countless volunteers, and last but not least, the Suriano family for all their hard work in organizing and running the event. The proceeds from the event will go towards scholarships for West Orange High School seniors through the West Orange Scholarship Fund. You know, the weather was not great, but it certainly did not dampen the spirit of this day in honor and memoriam of the legendary coach and West Orange icon, Joe Suriano, who was obviously tragically lost this past year due to this awful pandemic. Unfortunately, I was unable to attend. I was out of town for Mother's Day weekend, but I was glad to have been able to support it. And again, thanks to all those involved. And now bringing us to our presentations for tonight. As you know, we've been in celebrating and acknowledging Asian American Pacific Islander Heritage Month. I thought what better way for the public to gain some insights into some of the work we're doing than to invite some representatives from our high school staff and students. And so at this point, I would turn it over to Mr. Plata, our K-12 supervisor of world languages and ESL, to just kind of introduce our guests. And we are very excited to hear what you have to say tonight. So Mr. Plata, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Dr. Gascon, and good evening, everyone, the board, and of course, our fabulous community. I would just like to take this opportunity to introduce Ms. Yajing Lee, who is one of our teacher leaders in the world language department. I would also like to take this chance now to congratulate her and Ms. Peggy Yu, who is one of our Chinese teachers at the middle school level, for being selected by the Asia Society Center for Global Education to present at this year's National Chinese Language Conference. So thank you for representing West Orange so well at the national level. And I would also like to thank Ms. Yoon Abernathy, Ms. Peggy Yu, Ms. Monica Chen, and Ms. June Lewin for being outstanding role models, not only for our Asian American and Pacific Island community, but also for our non-AAPI community. Your work, everything that you do to promote the Chinese languages, and this is all of you, it's greatly appreciated and valuable, and not only in terms of developing multilingual students, but globally competent and culturally responsive citizens, which is tremendously needed, especially at this time, but always has been. So thank you, and I'll turn it over to you, Ms. Lee.
Ms. Lee, you just have to unmute. It's okay.
That was a practice.
No problem.
Good evening, Dr. Casco, board members, faculty, and West Orange families. Thank you for this opportunity to highlight Asian Pacific American Heritage Month with the entire West Orange community. My name is Yajing Li. I am one of the Chinese language and culture teachers and co-advisor of the Chinese Club and the Chinese Honor Society at the West Orange High School. I am a very proud teacher of my students whose hardworking and creative mind have led to a wonderful video presentation that you will see in a moment. They did it on a very short notice. I want to first thank Mr. Felix Prada, our world language supervisor, for his unwavering belief in the importance of the world language education and his strong support and guidance for what we do every day to educate our students about not only how to speak a foreign language, but also to have a broad world view, a very good understanding of the different cultures, so that they will grow up to be accepting and collaborating intelligent adults. I would also want to thank Mrs. Beverly Tyndall, Ms. Julie Mays, and Chef Janina Abramo for collaborating with us on this presentation. A special thanks to all our district media specialists for putting together an easy to access pool of resource for faculty and students at all grade levels. The full library media specialist video can be viewed on each library's website. Now I will let Zach lead you to the presentation that he and other students made for you tonight. Zach.
Hi, everybody. My name is Zach Paranchero. I'm a junior at West Orange High School and an honors Chinese student. I'm very proud to celebrate AAPI Heritage Month and of my Asian heritage. And we made this video to introduce all of you to it. So I hope you all enjoy.
Hi, my name is Paulina Costa, and I'm a senior at West Orange High School. I'm the president of the Class of 2021 Council, and I'm the president of the National Chinese Honor Society. Also, I'm the vice president of the Chinese Club and an AP Chinese student. Not only that, but I am Asian American. I was born and raised here as a Filipino American, and my family immigrated here from the Philippines before I was born. I am so proud of my heritage, and I am extremely happy to be able to see my heritage being celebrated. In the following video, you'll see Zach Paranchero, who is a junior at West Orange High School, interview his Chinese class about Asian Pacific American Heritage Month. Let's see what they have to say.
I'm Chinese.
I'm Thai, Japanese, Peruvian.
I am Black and South Korean.
I have Ecuadorian ancestry.
I'm Nigerian.
I'm African American.
I'm Peruvian.
I'm also African American.
I'm Uruguayan.
Most of my family is Irish, but my dad's side is Puerto Rican.
West Orange is an extremely diverse mosaic of different cultures and ethnicities. People of all backgrounds are celebrated and included in the community. West Orange High School is the same, where the diverse student body is inclusive to all. To celebrate AAPI Heritage Month, we sat down with a group of students to discuss their knowledge of AAPI history and culture. When did you first hear about AAPI Heritage Month?
This is actually my first year hearing about it.
Yeah, same.
Yeah, same.
I relate.
The month of May is dedicated to celebrating Asian Americans and Pacific Islanders, but the Asian American identity is so vast, varied, and complex. There are so many different types of Asians, each with its own unique culture. What does AAPI mean to you?
Asian American. We cannot be viewed as just a monolith. We can't be just seen, oh, you're just Asian. No, we're also American, right? Our country is so diverse that we need to have labels to show people, although we're all the same, although we're all American, we're all different in our own rights. But we can all be put under that label of Asian.
Do you have any favorite family traditions?
For me, I think the most easy thing to grasp about both cultures is the rich food, all the different meals you could have, but also both cultures have a really strong emphasis on family and spending time with each other and respecting each other. And I think there is, I do have a strong emphasis on respecting my family and also visiting them and really celebrating them.
As Asian Americans, we want to honor our special heritages with our community. The best way to do so is to share our colorful cultures and identities with as many people as possible.
Even though not many people have heard about Asian Pacific American Heritage Month, our wonderful librarians, Mrs. Beverly Tyndall and Miss Julie Matz, have put together a bunch of resources for students, faculty, and families to look at in order to learn more about Asian Pacific American heritage and history. Let's go hear about what they have to say.
In honor of Asian American Pacific Heritage Month, the District Library Media Specialists have curated digital, print, and video resources. There are virtual reading and viewing rooms at all levels, as well as links to biographical videos of notable Asian American Pacific Islanders and hands-on activities.
These resources were sent to faculty throughout the district and to you, members of the board. The high school's virtual reading room includes a sampling of fiction and nonfiction ebooks and audiobooks. There is also a reading companion that includes books from the LMC's physical collection.
Now let's take a look at the middle school curated resources. We're going to start off with Liberty Middle School, which also has virtual reading rooms. It has a reading companion and also focuses on cultural activities and also cultural artistic representations in the Asian American Pacific Islander world. Here we are at Roosevelt Middle School, where all of the books in this virtual bookcase are connected via Mac and Via. And at the same time at Roosevelt, every day there are morning announcements with trivia questions about the Asian American Pacific Islander culture and history. Edison Middle School, again, has all the elements of all the different schools above, and at the same time focuses on cooking, crafts, and culture. So these videos could be of interest to all members of the community, all members of families. We want to note right now that it is through the middle school that Julie Lee is coming as a virtual author visit for our middle school students and faculty, and also high school. She is the author of Brother's Keeper, and we're very excited that the middle school was able to.
Wow, our district librarians have truly put together a gold mine of information about Asian Pacific American heritage and culture and history for us to already to dig in. I can't wait to use these resources in order to learn more about not only my own culture, but other Asian cultures. When talking about Asian Pacific American heritage and culture, we can't forget about the food. The high school culinary chef, Chef Abramo, has planned some wonderful lessons about Asian cooking. Let's go see what she has in store for us.
Hi, I'm Chef Abramo. I am the culinary arts instructor at West Orange High School. Yes, so we have a class here at the high school called Global Cuisine, and we pretty much travel the world looking at different types of cuisines, their cultures, and we stop in Asia. And this year we did spicy stir fry, we did chicken fried rice, we did matcha green tea lattes, we even mixed in some different teas. We did a chai tea latte just to, get some different items. Some of the countries we'll visit is definitely China, Japan, even Korean food, and then we even get some Indian influences in there. So what we're gonna do this month is we're actually gonna do a chop challenge. So this will be good for the students here in school and at home, where we're going to give them a specific amount of Asian ingredients, and they'll have to create an appetizer, entree, and a dessert. They can cook the items or they can make a really nice menu using these, but they have to use the ingredients we give them. So some things we were thinking of giving them is bok choy, bean sprouts, different types of noodles, even working some teas into the dish, and just really getting creative and gaining more knowledge on these different ingredients that are out there that they may not be familiar with. A recommendation I would give to all students, whether you're in culinary arts or not, is to go out, check out the different markets that are out there with Asian cuisine, Asian ingredients. Just get familiar with it and try it. You don't know if you like something or not until you try it.
Wow, watching that made me feel really hungry. Thank you so much, Chef Abramo. Please join me and help celebrate Asian Pacific American heritage and culture by having a good conversation, reading a good book from the perspective of someone who is Asian or Pacific Islander, or by an author who is Asian or Pacific Islander, or even eating some good Asian or Pacific Islander food. Thank you so much for listening to us talk, and I hope this helped motivate you to learn more about Asian Pacific and Pacific Islander heritage and culture and history. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Thank you, Zach, for introducing the video and all that you're doing within the clubs and with your studies and representing your cultures and sharing your culture with the community in all that you do. Okay, so that's the presentation. Thank you to the students who put that together, and to the teachers and staff who helped share what West Orange community as a whole, especially at the high school level, which this presentation focused on, how we contribute, how we're celebrating the month. Thank you, Dr. Cascone, and the board for this opportunity as well.
Thank you, Mr. Plata, and thank you so much for to our students. I know it's a very busy time, and Ms. Lee, I know that I didn't give you a lot of runway to work with here, but you did an amazing job. And I'm going to turn it over in just a minute to President Trick Scales. I know the board probably has, you know, some maybe some questions or at least just some feedback for you. You know, when I was listening to the student interview, on one hand, I was disappointed to hear that this was the first time that students were hearing about it, but at the same time, I was glad because here we are talking about it, right? And here we are putting together, and thank you to our media specialists for curating the resources. And so we recognize that this is just really in many ways the first year, you know, in really being deliberate in our acknowledgement of the month, but it's the first of many years to come. And you know, 2 years from now, 5 years from now, 10 years from now, we'll be in a much better place than we are today. And y'all folks will know that you were here at the beginning. You were here, you know, some of our inaugural ventures into this, and can look back on that. So we thank you. And with that, I would just turn it back over to President Trick Scales and the board.
Thank you, Dr. Cascone. All right, we're going to start with Ms. Huerta. Comments?
Just that was a great presentation, and I love that, you know, we're getting more, I guess, you know, intentional about how we want our students and our families to engage in sharing cultures, and definitely share the food. I am a foodie. I love the food. Yes, that's all. HBO actually does have some really great, is featuring Asian American Pacific Islander producers, movies, and they have a lot of content that's you know, either leading role actors and actresses. So it's, you know, check it out if you have some time.
Thank you, Ms. Huerta. Ms. Merklinger.
I just want to thank all the students that participated in that video. That was really great to see everything. You know, I loved seeing how we're utilizing all of our resources and our library and media specialists, just the virtual books. With the cooking, I am curious how we're doing that virtually. I'm not really sure, but that seems pretty neat that we're doing a version of Chopped. So definitely curious about how that's going, especially with a lot of our courses at West Orange High School that are interactive like that. To understand how they're doing virtually would be really interesting to hear about, but really glad to hear about what we're doing. And that was a great presentation, so thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Merklinger. Mr. Rothstein.
Thank you. Just terrific. I just wanted to say I'm very grateful to Ms. Lee and Mr. Plata for putting that together, and of course to the amazing students who put that together and spoke. Just really, it makes me very proud every time I see our students speak and present at board meetings. Very proud of the student community and really the product, you know, the results of all of the hard work in our district. Also, just wanted to say that I'm happy and grateful to the AAPI community and to the club at the high school for stepping up this year and for raising awareness. I have to admit, largely ignorant on Asian American Pacific Islander Heritage Month until this year. So admitting my ignorance and grateful to the community and to the school district for raising awareness, and really enjoyed this. And then finally, yeah, what a great showcase for not only the community, but for our programs at the school, from world languages and culture to cooking and to the library services. Just so many great things highlighted in there. So all around terrific presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rothstein. And Vice President Tunnicliffe.
Thank you. Great presentation. Thank you so much. I think this is really important work to highlight, to ensure that we're breaking down barriers and building understanding with one another in light of some of the tragic things that we've seen in the news lately, and how some of our Asian American and Pacific Islander friends have been targeted due to some discriminatory practices. So I'm really glad to say that West Orange is on the forefront of being able to break down those barriers and learn through each other and teach our children honesty and building trust and and tolerance, most importantly. So thanks so much for being part of that. I'm really grateful to you.
Thank you, Vice President Tunnicliffe. And I just want to add that I really regret that it took a national tragedy for us to get to this point. But at the town-wide vigil that was held a short while ago, we got to meet so many of our Asian families and parents, and they were very instrumental in moving us to this point. So I want to thank them. And we also learned that they are about to form their own, or for the town, an Asian Pacific Islander Heritage Club. And that's a wonderful thing because we know with the advocacy, we will certainly use them as a resource to do more in the future. So thanks so much. And really appreciate the presentation, of course, and seeing our young people and our staff. So thank you very, very much. And Dr. Cascone, moving into, I believe, your assessment presentation.
I just interrupt real quick. I'm sorry, we just have some new people. I'm just going to let you guys know that I'm going to send you guys to the attendee pool. So don't change anything on your computer for those who just presented. And then you can either stay for the meeting or leave at your will. Thanks. Okay, thank you.
All righty. Well, thank you, President Trigg Scales. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
They wanted to respond, and I apologize. So, Ms. Celestine?
Oh, no, it's okay. Well, first, I wanted to congratulate the students and everything that you guys had done to put into this presentation. It was honestly amazing. Well, first, the board kind of took my words. I am a little disappointed that it is my first time also hearing about this, but I'm glad that I am learning about this. And there is, for all my foodies out there, I actually have this amazing Vietnamese spot that I go to. It's in East Hanover. Please correct me if I'm wrong on the pronunciation. It's called Saigon Pho. It's on Route 10. It is so delicious. I love it so much. It's so good. So yes.
Thank you. We can always use a good restaurant. Thank you, Andre. Okay. Ms. Ridley, did you want to say anything? Are you still with us?
Yes, I'm here. No, I think, when you have so many people go before you, I think everyone kind of sums up everything that should be said. But I really want to really celebrate those students. That was a beautiful presentation, and seeing presentations like that really just reminds me about how beautifully diverse West Orange is, and that's by far my favorite part about this district and about my high school. And I really truly take pride in my high school, and so I just am so grateful to have the privilege to to be exposed to all of this information and to celebrate and acknowledge things like this. So yeah, thank you so much for that beautiful presentation.
Thank you. Okay, and now Dr. Cascone, I'm sorry.
Well, at this time, I would just once again thank you, Mr. Plata, Ms. Lee, Mr. Perincheril, and it's just Zach. Okay, and then of course our student liaisons, but they may stay with us. So thank you. Have a good evening, and again, we appreciate you being here. So at this time, we're going to transition into the next presentation, and I'll just provide a brief introduction before I turn the platform over to Mr. Mendez. In a typical year, as per New Jersey code, a school district will present a district assessment report. Now, this district assessment report is typically presented in the fall, and it is a report primarily of the district student achievement as reflected in the standardized tests, the NJSLA. Of course, we didn't administer that last year and we're not again. However, that has not prevented us from utilizing various measures, various assessments to understand where our students are pre-K through 12 are measuring up against the standards, against the curriculum. In fact, and not just because we were doing it on our own, also through the state in their waiver of the state tests required school districts to gather and then submit a comprehensive data relative to student performance in the areas of in the core academic areas. So tonight's presentation speaks to not only the measures that we've been using. It provides some data points in that regard relative to student achievement, as well as some of the interventions which are being used and will continue to be used not only this year, but moving forward into next year, including but not limited to curriculum compacting, focusing on specific standards, and then as well as supplemental programs which are being proposed and implemented also to address that. I'd like to thank Mr. Mendez. I would like to thank the supervisory team, all of whom had a hand in helping to gather the data and to prepare this presentation. So I appreciate them for their hard work. They put a lot of time and a lot of hours into this presentation. And so with that, I would turn it over to Mr. Mendez.
Good evening. Thank you, Dr. Cascone, to our board, to our community members. I'm going to attempt to share my screen. I have links, so if there's a glitch, we'll fix it, but I'm going to attempt to do that, and we'll walk through our presentation on assessing student learning. It is a lengthy report. The board has the entirety of it, and it is also posted on our district website. Therefore, where there is redundance, I will move through the slides just in the interest of time, because it is 77 slides, right? But the board has access if there are questions that you have on a specific slide that I may have moved over quickly. As well, it is posted again on our district website and in our public session. If there's a question from the public, then we can address it that way. All right, so I'm going to attempt to share the screen here, and let's hope that this works. We're good? Yes? Yes. Okay. All right. So as Dr. Cascone spoke about the New Jersey State Assessment Program, the New Jersey Department of Education usually administers the NJSLA, and every year as a district, we report out on what those data sets say as it relates to our student performance. Last year in 2020 and this year again, state assessments have been suspended for ELA 3 through 9, math 3 through 9, science 5, 8, and 11. Access for ELS, which is the assessment for English language learners, was interrupted last year. Schools closed mid-administration, so those were not completed. This year, however, they are being administered and they are in progress.
Mr. Mendez, can I interrupt you like I do often? Is there any way to make the slides larger?
It's taking up my entire screen, so I'm not sure how I.
All right.
Let's see.
I'm not sure what view you're in.
Okay. Let's try it again.
View in the actual presentation, not the shared.
I'm sorry?
The view in the actual presentation. I don't know if you were in like a presenter mode rather than like view mode.
No, I'm in regular.
Oh, okay.
Get better now?
No, it's the same.
All right. Do you want to share it?
If you want me to.
Yeah.
Okay. Give me one moment. I have the link that Dr. Cascone wanted me. I'm just going to put that in the chat for everyone.
I don't know that you'll have access, Lauren, to the links. That's why.
Okay.
Was it really tiny, Dr. Cascone?
It was almost like widescreen version.
Yeah.
All right, let me try it a different way. That's the same?
It is.
Yes,
I'm
ma'am.
gonna try one more. I'll try one more. Just give me 1 second.
And for those in the attendee pool, you might see the chat. There's a red button that says like a 1 or a 2. The PDF link is there for you as well.
Is that better?
We don't see it right now.
You're not shared right now.
Yeah.
It's still doing the same.
Same, but I think now that you know, since all those in attendance can pull it up and view it, board has hard copies. Let's roll.
Okay. Now I can't.
What's happening now? We see it now.
Yeah, I can't move through the I can't click to move through it. I apologize.
With your arrows, sometimes
Yeah.
it switches over to arrows.
Yeah, it won't let me. Just let me bring it back.
It's all right. Deep breaths. You know,
No,
listen,
I mean the links that I've
yeah,
clicked on so far,
this
I've had
is-
access to.
we're you know. Okay,
right.
that's
Now,
yeah. We can see it now.
good.
Small, but there.
Yeah, I mean, I can present. I do have access to. I mean, if the PDF have links, I have access to them.
All right, let's try yours. And
Okay.
here we
This way
go.
I can make it nice and big.
The technology.
It's my favorite part. Yeah.
I actually don't think I've ever observed you have an issue.
I
with-
know.
with Zoom, ever. In 13 months, I haven't seen it once until now.
My apologies. My apologies.
No,
this makes me move even quicker through the.
There we go.
We're
Okay.
good.
Yeah.
All right, so we can move on to slide 4. All right, and so then the State Department of Education has postponed the assessments, and therefore this assessment presentation this evening is very different. Absent of state assessment data, we're going to really give the board and the community a glimpse into how we assess our students in-house, right? And how we take a look at that data, how we really analyze our students' performance against the standards in which they're taught in order to inform our instruction. We are going to focus on the tested areas, which are ELA, math and science, and then we'll talk about some of the other strategies that we are using. So when we go to the next slide, we will see that the school closures also required the district to revise our district assessment calendar. A large part of this was because coming into the year in September, October, we were now having to really think about, are we going to administer assessments online to students? There were some of our assessments that we were not permitted to administer online, like Fontes and Pinnell. Their copyright, they prohibited us from administering anything online. So we had to revise and adjust. So here in this calendar, you will see that our kindergarten early literacy was administered according to the calendar. Our Fontes and Pinnell was not. Instead, we used RASKids in order to measure reading levels. However, the students are currently being administered the Fontes and Pinnell, so we will have that data. That's from May 10th to June 11th. iReady in math was administered according to the calendar in November, and it was administered again or in September and in November, and we are administering it again in May. The same thing for ELA for all basic skills students. Our MAP assessment was not administered in the fall again online. We were really looking to hold out and see how we would address MAP virtually. However, we are ready to do that. We've done so with honors. All students will take MAP for math in May. And then the NNAT, which is for our gifted students, that would be administered in October 21. So we were able to administer the greater depth of our district-wide assessment calendar and or make modifications. So as we then think about how we have assessed our students and in comparison with what the state was looking for, slide 6, then we have participated in the spring assessment data collection. And what this means is that the New Jersey Department of Education, next slide, Lauren, asked all districts across the state to select an assessment for each of the tested content areas and to submit that data if the assessment was administered between November and on January. So they gave us a time frame with which, in February, I apologize, a time frame with which to submit the data. Again, all districts participated. It was one assessment per content area. So with that said, we know that there's limitations to one assessment for students. So the data that you're going to see today is it's part of the picture, part of how our students are faring in these assessments that are district created and or some of them from our vendors. In ELA in particular for K-5, again, we looked at reading levels. 610, we looked at writing. In math at the elementary, we used our everyday math end of unit assessments and iReady and major assessments at the secondary level. And for science, we used our performance-based assessments, our culminating unit assessments to measure student performance in science. These data were submitted to the state. They were accepted. And this is in part what we're going to look at this evening. We can move to the next slide. And so then we're going to start with language, English language arts. And again, I'm going to echo Dr. Cascone. This is a compilation of work, a body of work from our district leaders, supervisors, our teachers. Everybody really played a very large role in collecting and analyzing all of this data. So for ELA, our supervisors are Beatrice Hanratty for elementary and Elizabeth Veneziano. So I just want to thank them ahead of time. And then when we move on to the slide here, we're looking at our student performance on these specific assessments that were submitted. So for ELA, we took a look at the reading benchmarks at the elementary level and in grades 6 through 10, writing. And so then here we see that at the elementary level, 63% of our students are at or above grade level. In grades 10, we see 6 through 10, they're at about 73%. Now, what we do with these data, I've highlighted them in pink, is where we see larger percentages of students that are below grade level. That's where we begin to really dig into the data, analyze the students, their performance, begin to ask questions about why are we seeing larger numbers of students at these grade levels performing lower. And so then grade 2 is an example where 41% of the students performed below grade level. Grade 2 is not generally a tested year, so that's new, right? It's usually grade 3. So here, grade 2, our students really get their foundation, their first year in school. We were in school closure when these students were in grade 1. So here we are seeing effect of our first year where we closed school, our second year we're now in hybrid, and therefore we are looking individually at the students in grade 2 and ensuring that we're scaffolding our instruction, providing the necessary supports, bridging the curriculum with prerequisite skills so that these students, as they come back in September, are strengthened. In grades 4 and 5, we see an echo 39% below grade level. It's similar to our last tested year, 2018, where we had 32% below grade level. So there is a widening gap here. However, it is somewhat comparable to prior years. And then we see grade 6 at 36% below grade level. So if we move on, then we're thinking about Lauren, if you can go to the next slide. We're thinking about ELA. And we're thinking about how are we assessing our students. Now, the same pattern exists in ELA, math, and science. We assess in a similar way. So I'm going to elaborate here in ELA, and then when we go into math and science, I'll move through those slides because I've already explained them here. So when we're thinking about ELA as a whole, we're looking at the data, we're looking at the benchmarks, student performance, how are they working through their coursework, etc. And if we click on the progress dashboard, teachers all met together, K through 12, they were broken out into groups, and they were able to, from their analysis of student data, begin to identify students who were exceeding grade level standards, students who were maintaining performance, or students who were developing. And so this dashboard was created across the district for all ELA teachers to begin to plug in their data so that we could see how students are performing. There is an elementary dashboard, there is a middle school dashboard, and there is a high school dashboard. So if we escape from this view and go back
Mrs. DeMendez.
Yeah.
And this data, it can be disaggregated down to disaggregated down to the student level.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
So just to kind of, so every teacher, for example, within their class knows exactly which of those three categories every student falls into.
Correct. And Dr. Cascone, when we submitted it to the state, the data, it was by student.
By student, okay.
So it was by student with demographic, with ethnicity, right? And so then these dashboards really just show a compilation of those, what's behind it, it would be those spreadsheets.
Understood, thank you.
Students, absolutely. So teachers are looking at the data, they're looking at where students are, and now they're going into the standards. So if you click on the next one on English 10, for example, Lauren, we can see how English 10 is right under, it's in the examples.
It's like on a little, it's on a little lag.
It just took a little time to load in.
Okay, so here is a list of all of the standards for ELA, and this example again is English 10. And when we look at this analysis, teachers are using the assessments to measure if students are meeting these standards. All right, so there are different columns here, and what it represents as a teacher body of work is it saying, are the students needing support? Was this taught? Did we compact it? Was this taught? Were we able to enter this fully instructionally, or are there additional supports needed? Are there prerequisite skills then that need to be taught next year and added to our curriculum? So we can leave this document here, and I'm just going to talk to you through that a little bit while Lauren, you can click on grade 4 and 5 articulation. What happened is the teachers then came together as groups and they met, 5th grade teachers with 6th grade teachers, 4th grade teachers with 5th grade teachers, to say, we've analyzed our student performance. We've looked at their performance against the standards. When you, 5th grade teacher, receive your students next year, they will be very strong at comparing A to B. They will have difficulty comparing C to D, right? They will have very great difficulty with that, or they will struggle with that, or here are some skills that we're building in. They created charts that are articulation charts that you see as an example here to identify specifically for the rising students and the teachers who would receive them, what are those areas that they would work with the students on. All right, these data points will also be embedded into our curriculum. Dr. Cascone.
Ms. Graftisa, can you, is there any way you can enlarge that?
Yes, give me one moment.
Okay, thank you. And Ms. Mendez, just while we're kind of waiting on that, is it safe to say that these conversations, these kind of articulation conversations were occurring, for example, at our district-wide PD day?
That's exactly where they were occurring. So we had district-wide PD days. We had 2. We also had the grade level meetings or the faculty meetings. We used our Fridays. And so then here in this document that you're looking at, for example, when the teachers are sitting together, grade 4 is writing down their responses around some very specific guided questions, and they're meeting with grade 5 teachers to let them know these are the areas that you will need to focus on next year. These are the areas that you may need to build some pre-knowledge prior to beginning your unit. And this is where you are going to find it in your units, right? So that's where the supervisors come in and they say, the data is saying that the students are needing some reinforcement with independent reading habits. Here is how we're going to implement that. When we're thinking about better being aware of nonfiction features, it is located in Unit 2 and located in Unit 6. And therefore, they're overlaying the data results on the curriculum, and the teachers receiving the students are now aware of what they can expect based off of the fact that we are compacting, we are in a hybrid model, and we are assessing students to be very clear on where they are. This happened in all content areas. So this is not unique to ELA. These documents and these conversations for articulation happened in ELA, math, science, and social studies. So you will see this across the board. Who was in the meetings? It was general education, special education, and academic support, basic skills teachers. So everybody was at the table in all of the sessions to really, again, dig into the student performance. If we go down to slide 12, you will also see where we have identified standards analysis. We have strengths, reinforcement areas, areas for focus. And so these are our findings based on data, what the students need support in. So you can go right through slide 13 and 14. It just shows in foundational reading, in writing, in speaking, listening, language. And if you go to the next slide, we also then apply the grades, right? So this is the grade distribution, which allows us to see not only the findings by our assessments, but how did students fare in their grades. We were able to note here in ELA, for example, in grades 6 through 8, if you look at the chart, you can see how many students are getting A, B, a C, and then our percentages for our students who are failing. We have, for example, in grade 6, 9%, and grade 8, 3%. At our high school, that's lower. It's between 5 and 7%. It's important to note here that any student who has received an F has been followed up with. We know who the students are. We are reaching out to students, their families, working with them to recover credit. At the high school in the summer, we have our credit recovery program, our high school institute, which will assist students so that they can recover credits. And this year, for the first time, we've introduced a middle school summer program that the board just recently approved on April 19th, which will help support the students here who did not get the higher scores, to make sure that we're preparing them and giving them the content necessary so that they could potentially move on and not be retained. So again, this is an example of in ELA, how we're taking student data, how we're analyzing that against the standards, how we're coming together as teams to vertically articulate. 6th grade teacher, I've had the students, this is what we were able to accomplish, and this is what you can expect. We're taking the data and overlaying that on top of the curriculum and building in supports. And we're also planning for summer bridging and summer remediation and summer credit recovery. If we move on then to slide 15, here we are on critical practices. This was a big question that came up in a lot of our emails from our parents. Your curriculum is compacted. What are you working on? What are you doing? Are you able to accomplish the curriculum? So when we think about compacting curriculum, it does not mean not covering, right? What it does mean is that a unit that we may have spent 10 weeks on, we now might have had to remove any of the extra, if you will, right? And focus on the priority standards. It's critical to understand that the NJDOE published a document for the core content areas that provided guidance for us on how to compact and what standards to address. So we have embedded all of the priority standards that are required by the state into our compacted curriculum, and we have addressed them. Here, though, this says to us, well, in implementing hybrid instruction, there has to have been some type of difference or some type of change, and absolutely. And so then here in analyzing our critical practices, the question to the teachers was, what was your ability to use the different strategies we generally use in the content area in a hybrid learning environment? Was that impacted at all? And so then here the teachers charted how they were impacted with their strategies, so that next year when we are again building these supports into the curriculum, we can do so skillfully. So what we see here is strategies that were teachers were able to embed, strategies that teachers were able to embed with limitations, and strategies that teachers were not able to embed. What does this mean? So for example, if we're thinking about fluency and teaching students fluency, usually we might have some shared reading, some echo reading, some partner reading. Well, online, that's difficult to do. Once one person speaks, another child speaks, right? You can't hear everybody, so then you can't assess everyone. So instead of doing that in whole group, we might have had to switch over to small group, or we might have had to work with students in breakout rooms independently instead of as a class. So that explains kind of the adjustment. This is also communicated to the teachers who are receiving the students to let them know what practices we were able to embed. If we go down to 16, this just gives you an idea of how we are vertically articulating, how we're thinking about our analysis in our standards, how we're placing our data in our curriculum for next year, how we're embedding prerequisite skills and those critical practices as well. In slide 17, you will see a list of all of the different types of assessments that we administer in ELA. Today, you've seen some data just around the one that was submitted to the state, but there is a whole plethora of assessments and ways that we are engaging in understanding where our students are and to what depth they have been able to achieve the standards, and therefore how we're going to continue to move instruction. We can skip over to slide 19, and here we see the different strategies that are in place for addressing students' reading, writing, speaking, and listening and language skills. There is a list of all of the different strategies that are currently in place. And on the next slide, you'll see the slides, the strategies that are in place for next year. And so then this is to include virtual book rooms, a strong collaboration with our media specialists for electronic books and resources. We're adding new mentor text to our K-5 curriculum. We will talk about our summer learning opportunities at the end of this presentation. We're really focusing on social justice, taking a look at our texts, our genres, our books, our novels, who the authors are, what the narratives are, how they're representing or not representing our students. This is all of a part of the ELA work as well. And if we continue on to the next one, we're in math. And so math has
Mr. Mendez,
done,
excuse me one moment. President Trigg-Scales, do you want to roll through the whole thing? Questions at the end. Gotcha. Thank you, Ms. Trigg-Scales. Mr. Mendez.
I'm on speed. I'm trying to slow.
Onward
right?
and upward.
So math, it's a similar process, except the content changes. Some of the strategies change as we're thinking about a mathematical context. If we look at slide 22, then we see the data. What was submitted to the state here is very different. So for K-5, it was the end of unit assessments for everyday math. For 6 through 8, however, it was iReady. So you will see in 6 through 8 a significantly lower score or percentage because the iReady was administered in November. And iReady is really used to measure growth. So you administer it various times throughout the year. We are administering it now in May. end in June. And that's the data that we would normally present. What you're seeing in 6A is the pre-assessment data, right? It's the data that was administered in November. However, that's the window that the state gave us in order to submit the data collection. So in K5, we see our students are about 72% or above at grade level in grade 6 through 8. With iReady only, in a November administration, our students are at 47% at or above grade level. We expect to see better growth now in May after the students have had more months of instruction. In grades 9 through 12, we're looking at our Algebra 1, our Algebra 2, our geometry courses, and our students are performing 80% at or above grade level. In grades 3 and 5, we see a slightly larger percentage of students below grade level. And again, this is where we use those strategies. We look at the individual students, see their work over an entire body of work. We align it to the standards, and then we begin to build in interventions, which leads us to a very big body of work that took place this year, and that would be BSI. So our students were supported by interventionists throughout the week. Our neediest students, who were tier 3 students in ELA and math, were provided intervention 3 times a week and on Fridays. And then our students who were just at the cusp might have received intervention once or twice per week. If we move on, I won't go through all of the assessments, but you will see a summary of incoming grade level areas for embedding resources. The math teachers did meet with their peers to vertically articulate all of the content, the standards that the students are strong in, the areas of focus. They identified student learning gaps. They provided summary of data to one another. And then the content area supervisor, Mr. Imad Abu-Hakme, will then take that, or is taking that now, to overlay it into the curriculum for next year. If we go on to the next slide, you will see an example of a performance-based assessment. One of the questions we were asked by parents was, in the absence of MAP, how do you know how the students are doing? What common assessments are you administering so that we will know across the board how students are doing? In our curriculum, we have embedded performance-based assessments at the end of every single unit. The same assessment is administered to all students, and therefore it can be compared and analyzed, right? So here is an example of a performance-based assessment around modeling skills, which happens to be the area of focus in math. Therefore, teachers would lean into this performance-based assessment to unpack it, knowing that this is the area that the students were struggling with, to see the gains and the movement. And this is what math teachers work on. If we go to the next slide, then you'll see all of the different initiatives that they have in place to really identify what the learning gaps are, to include just-in-time teaching. So just-in-time teaching means that I'm taking the standards, I'm understanding where the area of focus is, I'm working on that in my instruction, and I am allowing that data to inform that instruction, and I'm articulating that forward into the curriculum. The next few slides are just an example of the work that was completed. If we go to slide 27, you will see the findings that were completed from the data. So this lets teachers know, it lets us know for the curriculum specifically what will the work entail next year, and where will we spend more time as we are delivering instruction with our students. On slide 28, you will see the grade 7 and Algebra 2 findings. Again, we have these for every single content area and every grade level by course. In grades 20, in slide 29, you will see all of the different assessments that are offered in math. Again, we don't just administer iReady or the PBAs. Lauren, slide 29, you will see that there is a whole host of assessments that are administered, that are reviewed by the teachers, not just individually, but in their teams and across the courses. Slide 30 shows you the strategies that are in place this year. And slide 31 shows you the strategies that will be placed for next year. Okay. Slide 32.
Mr.
also-
Mendez,
strategies
just
for next
dial back a slide.
Sure.
Just to kind of take a little bit of a deeper dive into one of them, just for texture, and it caught my eye, was incorporate the first 20 days for grades K and 1 as ESL and development of mathematical habits of the mind. Provide. Can you talk a little bit about that?
Sure. And so then what we're doing is that the first 20 days is a literacy approach, right? And so then the first 20 days in literacy is really preparing students with routines, procedures, the things that they need to know in order to be ready to learn, right? And so then in order to learn, these are the basic things that you need to know in order to function well, let's say in a reader's workshop model. How I sit, how I move into my think, pair, share, how I go to the classroom library and do my shopping for my books, how I read at grade level, etc. So here we're also implementing that in, right? So we're implementing that first 20 days approach to prepare students to be ready to learn. Also, we're taking prerequisite skills that we know that were perceived in the data, and we're building them in the very beginning. This is one of the strategies that is coming up in a lot of the research around how the disparities are really presenting themselves for our students who are in hybrid learning, and more specifically for our Black and Brown students, who we see that the gaps are widening in their performance. And so therefore, one of the strategies that the research is saying is preload the content prior to entering the unit. Look at your data from the prior year, examine those prerequisite skills that the students did not perform as well in, or where the gaps exist, and then enter the unit. And so then this is what a 20-day might look like.
Thank you, Mr. Mendez.
Absolutely. If we go into, again, slide 32 are the additional initiatives. We're analyzing our benchmark data, focusing on priority content, establishing groups for accelerated learning. This is not just about struggling students and gaps, right? We do have students who independently did very, very well. They moved across the content in a strong way. And so then we're accelerating the learning, not only for the independent, but we're accelerating the learning for all of the students. Another point of the research that has come up is that we don't want to sit in remediation. We want to lean into acceleration. So again, we're reading the research to say, here are the effects of hybrid, here are the effects on our different populations, specifically as gaps look to increase based on the different factors that affected our school families. And again, one of those is moving away from the idea of remediation and pushing into acceleration. A good conversation that came up with a lot of our teachers is that we've compacted our curriculum, we've moved the fluff. Can we keep the compacted curriculum, because we're really able to focus on the priority standards and then just take the time with it. So we're exploring that. It is another piece of the research that is suggesting that is a strong way to move in terms of instruction. So where we might have included extra activities or traditional things that we've done, drawing at the elementary or an extended project that is really not essential to the priority standard, we may continue to allow that to not enter the curriculum so that we can focus on priority learning next year. And then a big push in math, and to all of our parents who are listening, this summer, we are going to have math tutoring available to all 6th through 12th grade students virtually. your student will be able to call into a teacher, enter into a conference, get support with math summer assignments, get support with math summer work that has been designed, again, to close some of the learning loss gaps. So that will be available to all secondary students, and we'll be sending out some brochures and some flyers and registration for all of those sessions that will be available. As we think about science, science is a tested area, not as much as in ELA and math. Usually science, we're getting the results a year later and after the fact, but here we've looked at our student data. These are performance-based assessments that were submitted to the state in the collection, and the culminating assignments, the assessments at the end of unit. So here we see that our students in science are actually faring quite well. There are pockets that, again, we are analyzing, working with our teachers to think about their performance. We're looking at the new standards. We're looking at the engineering practices. We're looking at all of the requirements for the new standards and how students are performing against those. On the next slide, you will see that we've also examined the grade distribution for the students. It is similar in pattern as ELA and math. At the 6 to 8 grade span, it's about 4 to 5% of our students are having difficulty passing their courses. And in the biology, chemistry, and physics, it's around 9%. And again, we know each of those students, who they are, and our high school institute and our summer program for middle schools are addressed to really help those students so that they could continue to move through their education and recover their credit. When we move on to slide 36, again, they're analyzing standards as well. They're identifying progress in student learning, and they're also completing course reflection and action plans. I'd like to click on this one, if you will, Lauren, the course reflection and action plan. This is unique to science.
Sure, one moment.
Yeah. Or maybe not. Yeah, there it is. All right, so here we'll see that the teachers, we're not going to click on the links, but teacher 1, 2, 3, and 4, you'd be able to click on those links and actually get the actual teacher's analysis of their classes. So we're not going to click there. We're going to go to the next part that says collective course reflections. So a guiding question that was asked here was to look at all of the data, how their students were performing as a group, to find the common themes and patterns, and name how the students have performed in comparison to the past, and to document each of those here. So the teachers are documenting how students are performing as compared to prior years in this course, so that they can specifically give the next course, right? Because we have a sequence of courses in science, some advice and some guidance. And if we scroll down, we will see the notes that they're leaving the teachers for vertical articulation, the specific areas that they need to focus on, and then an action plan for how they're going to adjust those recommendations as it relates to their curriculum for next year, right? So if we skip down then to slide 41, Lauren. As with each of our content areas, we have sample findings presented here, but the teachers have and the supervisors have the different findings. So these are very content specific findings for grade 4, for example, or for physics. For example, in physics for AP1, the end of the year project should focus on math modeling, defending with evidence, and communicating information. So now again, they're letting the next course know, the next teacher know. Here, when you're thinking about this project, this is what the skills are that need to be focused on, or those cross-cutting concepts, in order for the students to be able to, you know, succeed or gain where there were gaps that were present based on the data. There are ongoing strategies in science, and on slide 43, we can see what those different strategies are. Teachers are really working around claim, evidence, and reasoning skills in writing. Again, there are summer assignments for honors and advanced placement. And then they're taking a look at all of those disciplinary core ideas to make sure that we're scaffolding that into the curriculum next year. So there we've moved kind of quickly, but through all of the core content areas, we do feel that we are very clear about where our students are, that we have examined these data to give us a picture of where the students need the greatest level of support, their areas of focus, or where the strengths are, so that we can accelerate the learning. We have looked at our data performance by demographic, right? We've looked at our data, if you go to slide 45, to think about, well, how are our English language learners performing? How are our special education students performing? How are our economically disadvantaged students performing? And we do see gaps. We do see gaps in the students' performance. We can click through this, Lauren, to go to the strategies part. So here we're looking at our data by ethnicity. We're looking at it by demographic, in ELA, in math, in science. And so we can really think about English language learners first, and then we'll move to special education. ESL is doing the same thing. So English as a second language is the course for our English language learners who are working toward academic language and becoming proficient in English. We are identifying their student learning gaps as well. And so then if you click on identifying student learning gaps, Lauren, we will be able to see that for the ESL students, the teachers have also taken a look at their proficiency levels as it relates to their standards, which are the WIDA standards, and they've identified areas in which the students will focus as they continue to move across the continuum of learning.
Vinay, I apologize. That is one that I do not have access to.
That's fine. If you go down to slide 52, it's there. We'll see that. The next slide. So here are the different proficiency levels for an ESL student. One, green, being entering, a student who's entering the country for the first time, perhaps. They have no English. Two, reaching, which is level 6. This is a student who is already proficient in English, almost comparable to native language. Okay, so here are very specific processes, understanding things that students are able to produce at each of these levels. So if we look at the next slide, we can see that our students in levels K through 5 ESL, these are their proficiency levels as of April. So we measured November 1st, we administered an assessment to think about where the students are in academic English. And then we administered it again in April to see the growth. And here this chart represents how many students are at level 1, that's that entering level of English, versus students who are at the upper level, and what percentage growth they're making. Here you see that about 61.8% of our students in ESL have grown at least one proficiency level, and 33.9% have maintained. So in looking at prior years, in looking at 18-19, and looking at 19-20, we were able to see the difference, and that is the following. In prior years, the growth, at least one proficiency level, hovers around 80%. And we're finding that the 60 plus the 30, right, we're having a larger number that are maintaining. So normally The students who are maintaining here would be in our growth category. So this is the impact that the hybrid has had on our ESL students. We're not seeing the same amount of growth. We're seeing more students that are maintaining in that category versus increasing a proficiency level. If we go to the next slide, we see the same data set for our this should say, I apologize, 6 through 8 students. And they're again at 62.5% growing 1 proficiency level.
And Mr. Mendez, I just think that that's I think there are certain points in the presentation that bear emphasis. And I know that you know, the question about our English language learners, limited English proficient students have come up often in terms of how are they doing. And you know, I think that this data is very positive. When we see in terms of, you know, a very small percentage of our students have regressed from a proficiency standpoint. Yes, 31.3% have maintained, but that's not altogether unusual, even brick and mortar, to have a certain percentage of students remaining at the same level of proficiency. Certain levels of proficiency are more difficult to bridge to the next than others. And I would just, you know, before we move on, you just want to kind of add a couple of thoughts on the demographics. Obviously, you know, it's a lengthy presentation. We have still a bit to go, and we could dedicate an entire presentation just to delving into the findings relative to the demographics. I think it's important to note that this presentation is public record. It's on the district website presently. It's there transparently for our community to see. Obviously, throughout this pandemic, it has been hypothesized, it has been asserted that the pandemic has impacted in disproportionate ways students of color, economically disadvantaged students, English language learners. And we have tested that research hypothesis to some extent through our data analysis. And we have found that, yes, in fact, we have seen that. We're not hiding from it. And quite the contrary, we're being completely transparent in the way it has impacted our community. And as Mr. Mendez has been talking about, have been looking at ways in which we can have and continue to close that gap now and moving forward. And it continues to be a focus of conversation internally amongst our practitioners, amongst our leadership, looking at these disproportionalities and figuring out ways that we can close them sooner rather than later. So I just thought I would add that, and then I would just turn it back over to Mr. Mendez.
Sure. Thank you, Dr. Cascone. And in that vein, when we're thinking about the students who are maintaining proficiency level, again, identifying who those students are, working with those students and creating those individualized plans for them as they are continuing with instruction now. In the 2 summer programs that we have developed for the summer, there are 2 different ESL summer programs that are being offered, that we're proposing to be offered to really narrow the gap that has expressed itself as a result of the hybrid learning, and then to scaffold and support the students as they move into the next year with all of the strategies. So for the ESL students, they'll get the strategy in their ELA class, they'll get the support in their math class, and they'll get the support in their ESL class. And for students who are also receiving basic skills, they will get intervention. So we are addressing them from various areas. In slide 55, you will see the specific areas of focus. As Dr. Cascone mentioned, that when a student is at level 1 or 2, they tend to show more growth quickly because they're coming in and they're learning the language quickly. It's new. But once you get to that level 3 or that level 4, then sometimes you're maintaining your progress for a year or 2 because now you're picking up more academic language. You're preparing to transition into the mainstream. You're preparing to hold your own without the English support. And so then here you will see a very differentiated approach to areas of focus and areas of strength for the L, for the English language learner, both expressive and interpretive in the strategy. And so then again, these areas of focus and strength are identified. They're articulated across the teachers and the content in the courses, and then they're layered into the curriculum. If we look at slide 57, we will see the different strategies that were implemented this year. Small group instruction, students, again, on the Fridays, really pulling the students and meeting with them to additionally support their content area. The ESL teachers are also pushing in to the core content area courses to support students while they're learning ELA and math. In addition, at the middle school levels, we have now co-teachers. At the high school level, we have co-teachers where the ESL teacher is working side by side with the content area teacher in order to support the student in their academic content core course. So that's a very strong strategy that we're seeing some really good results with. And so then as we're in person next year, we expect to see greater gains for the L. I'm going to move on to special education, which is slide 61. Again, this is a specialized population. We do understand that there has been significant impact to some of our special education students. The data shows that the student performance for the content areas have shown increasing gaps in some instances. However, these are the strategies that our teams are readily putting into place. I do want to be specific that special education students are in with all of the other students, right? We are in an inclusion model. And so then in their ELA classes, in their math classes, in their science classes, they're getting the support there, as well as if they are in a self-contained class. Reading intervention is being applied or provided to our special education students at Edison and Roosevelt who are showing widening gaps there. Special education students are receiving targeted instruction, of course, based on their IEP, but also on the data that we are examining. Resources that we're utilizing in order to address these gaps here. There are a host listed. And again, during the summer, as we build out a lot of our programs and a lot of our supports, we are inviting our special education students to participate as a part of the ELA and math interventions. In slide 62, you'll see the current strategies that have been implemented with our child study teams. They also come behind the teachers to review interventions. They hold meeting with parents to address the individualized plans and the concerns about the students. There is a modification of work taking place and various resources are being implemented. We have a list here also of our ongoing strategies that we will continue through to next year to continue to be specific. It's a lot of monitoring, supports, and team, right? So it's that content area teacher and it's the child study team teacher and it's the special education teacher who are coming together to work with our students and our parents. We've already addressed Title I basic skills. Our students are receiving a whole host of tiered interventions. Again, those teachers are both in the classroom for the content and in the PM and on Fridays, they pull them out so that we could give high intensity intervention to our most neediest students. In slide 64, you'll see that they're assessed in a variety of ways. Again, not just the major assessments, that we are personalizing the learning for our basic skills students. We have, the board has approved the Director of Assessment and Accountability. So we will have now someone dedicated to really analyzing our student data, providing that to our teachers and school leaders and curriculum writers so that we can focus even more so on closing these learning gaps that have been produced. Slide 65, that's our question, right? Has the pandemic impacted achievement? And is that impact disproportionate by race, socioeconomics, and student disability? Yes, it is. And so then we are having to look at that data. We're having to look at the body of research that is being released in all of the different strategies and apply them to our instructional program. And so then here are some of the top 5. This is not exhaustive by no means, but when we're thinking about reopening schools and the research around strategies for addressing learning loss, here are some of the strategies that they have suggested and we're applying. There was another body of research, McCorney and Company, that we've used to really think about how we're applying these strategies in math. Again, you'll see the different schedule, which is comparable, Dr. Clascone, to those first 20 days, right? Creating those 6 weeks of catch-up courses. So we're pre-building in knowledge prior to addressing units, that summer work, acceleration instead of remediation.
Mr. Mendez,
Yeah.
do you need a slide change?
Do I? Yeah, I guess that was it. I was speaking to this slide.
Okay.
So these are the different strategies that that we're integrating on top of the ones that we're using for content, right? But these are the ones that are coming again out of the research to specifically say, how are we going to deal with these gaps in our and our disparities across our races and across our demographics. In ELA, if we go to the next slide, we have really done a lot of work. Again, the ELA supervisors, the teachers, the library media specialists have done a lot of work in this area specifically to address closing learning gaps across different student groups, right? From auditing commonly read novels to thinking about exchanging books that we're offering our students. So if you click, let's see if it works, Lauren, on audited commonly read novels. Board members, you have links and the public does too. If you click on this link, you'll be able to see the audit, the list of all of our books, how we're going through them, how we might be reworking some of the books that we're reading. And this audit exists K-12.
Ms. Scruftisa, can you
Yes,
give
sir.
us a little blow up on that?
Sure.
Thank you.
Okay, so here's an example of the work, again, being led by Ms. Veneziano and Ms. Hanratty, along with the teachers and library media specialists to think about, this is the core text title, the race of the author, the gender of the author, what types of voices do the text, does the text include in terms of race, ethnicity, gender, class, right? So they're listing that out, LGBTQ. What is the writing style and what type of reader does it appeal to? What is the connection that's being made culturally, racially, ethnic wise, right? Across or religion or all of the different areas that are represented when we're thinking about diversity and our student population. If the text is mirroring the identities and the experiences of the West Orange students, if it's thinking about identity and promoting a healthy self-concept or a negative one. And so then here they are auditing all of the texts, they're responding to this so that we can make decisions around which texts continue in our curriculum and or which ones would we choose to include that better represent an inclusive and diverse genre novel text for learning. So
Now, Mr. Mendez, I'm gonna throw you a curveball here. Now the connection obviously to our diversity initiatives is clear. How is this relevant and connect to addressing student learning loss? I have a thought in mind. What are your thoughts?
So I think number one, when we're thinking about students and identifying with what they're reading and identifying with authors and making personal connections with text, we're talking about engagement. And students who are engaged in what they're learning and can make connections to self to text is something that we assess in standards, right? But if there are no connections, then students don't engage. And where there is no authentic engagement, then there is poor performance. So then that would be one way in which we could think about how students are engaging with their texts.
That's right. You
Yeah,
passed.
yeah.
Yes, you did. Yes, you did. That's what I was looking for. Thank you.
All right, sure. Lauren, if you click on the word that says here, It's just, again, a sample. This is available to our parents on the website. In the presentation, the links are embedded.
In the slideshow, you mean?
In the slide, if you click on slide 67 on the word
Sure.
here, then you'll just get a snippet of idea of the different books, new texts that have been added this year. And we, again, continue to add texts to our repository that, again, are more inclusive and representative of our students, of our cultures, of our differences, of our similarities. All right, so again, these teams have done a significant amount of work in this area. You'll see the different book titles, and the board continuously gets new books to be adopted at the end of every year. And so then this is the lens that we're using to guide that work. If we go to slide 68, then we're still talking about how are we closing these learning gaps, understanding that they were widened based off of demographic and or based off of our race and ethnicity. And so then here we're thinking about social justice. We're thinking about just moving from diversity to social justice, right? So we've talked about diversity, and I don't know that that's really the way we are going to see meeting the students' needs, right, in our classes. It goes beyond diversity. It goes into advocacy. It goes into thinking about who we are and representing and valuing who we are, talking about our students and what they see. A part of this initiative is in personnel, where our interviews, we're looking to, we just had a diversity fair, right, to hire, as we have attrition, teachers who look like our students. And the same thing, we're doing that in our classes to think about social justice and how do we look at text through a social justice lens. So then here's a host of resources and all of the work that has taken place. Amazing work. So kudos to our ELA supervisors, teachers, our library media specialists, and everybody who is working toward this end. If you scroll down, Lauren, and go to slide 69, these are all of the trainings that have taken place throughout the year as well. So in addition to looking at our texts in ELA, we're doing the same thing in social studies when we're thinking about historical narratives. So this is also taking place in social studies. Next year, we will think about math and science and lean. Even though they've done some initial work, we're going to be more deliberate about addressing diversity, equity, access, social justice across all content areas. But here we've coupled it with professional development. So we've had training around implicit bias, around Amistad, the Amistad curriculum, and LGBTQIA, right? The mandate and the training for our high school social studies teachers. Garden State Equality came in and they really worked with our staff in order to infuse the materials into our social studies lessons. So these are some of the strategies that we're using to address those learning gaps that are specific to our demographics across the district. Lastly, we'll end here, slide 71. The board on May 20th is going to receive a proposal around all of the summer programs that we would like to offer our students and school community in order to address the findings, right? In order to address the things that we've presented here today, in order to close the gaps that we see have widened for some of our students, and who have also for our students who have accelerated and have been doing well and they need enrichment. So the programs range from grades 1 through high school. If you see a blue school building, that means it's in person. So the majority are in person. The math summer support, since it's for all students, grades 6 through 12, it is virtual, but it is rotating sessions for the students to receive tutoring, help with their summer assignments, and work through areas that they need to strengthen. It ranges from acceleration academics in grades 1 through 5, tutorials, book clubs, academic support in ELA, career education, where students have an opportunity to come in and actually have that hands-on experience they missed this year. So if it's in the culinary arts, they're actually going to be able to cook. They weren't able to do that last year. Miss Mullen has already put out her survey in advance, and she's had over 110 students who've responded that they want to come. So we were a little nervous about, well, will students come? And I think they're going to come. So these are in-person opportunities. Our Mountaineer Auto Shop Club has, they're going to do the fundraisers for the oil changes for our community members, right? And then we have a summer career ed camp. We also have social emotional learning in the summer at all grade spans that Ms. Butler will be leading that initiative, because we understand that the impact wasn't only on academics, but also for social emotional learning. So that will extend to both students and parents. On the next slide, we will see the summer programs for ESL. There are 2 that are in person and a 3rd that is virtual. So the students will have an opportunity for grades 1 through 3 to come to ESL summer school, June 28th to July 23rd. So will grades 4 through 9. And then we will support that in addition with virtual support and virtual tutorials. So in person and the virtual, so that we can really begin to close some of those gaps. If we look at slide 73, again, first time for the middle school to provide summer school to the students. So we don't want to retain our students. We want to make sure that we can help them recover their learning through acceleration, and therefore we have summer school planned for grade 6 and for grade 7. We have, as a part of the High School Institute, our 8th graders moving up with Step Up, and that would be the next slide. Our high school is offering summer school, big expansion this year, big expansion. So last year, prior years, it was only ELA and math. Now we're having ELA, math, science, and social studies. Students have an opportunity to recover their credits and again, move on. And so that they don't, feel the impact of they're going to feel the impact, right? But as much as they can, right? We're going to try to really just support our students. You'll see the addition of all of the courses for the high school team, Mr. Moore, Leslie, they've all just done a great job at really thinking about what the students need. We'll continue with Step Up for our 8th graders coming in. And then we're also supporting EduSeer with in-person learning. The last one, these are programs that parents contribute to financially. So these are not totally funded by the district, but there is our summer enrichment program that's for our performing arts and our ESL and our drama and our all of our courses with Mr. Luke Quagliato. He's leading that initiative again. And so then here, our parents have already started registering. These classes are capping out. So for those who are interested, please sign up. And then Mr. Del Gersho, who is our technology and engineering supervisor, offers the engineering exploration camp. And this year there is a new addition, and we're offering engineer exploration, or he is for our ESL students, right? So now they can learn academic language through science, engineering, and STEM. And that would be it. Listen, this was a team effort. Certainly I have the honor to present it, but it is somebody else's work, right? It is the supervisors and the directors and the teachers and all of our team members who really come in and make this easy to present, right? They're really working difficult. They're behind the scenes to just make sure our students are learning. Make sure that we're adapting this curriculum as best as we can and providing all of the instructional support that's necessary so that the students continue to receive a quality education in West Orange. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mendez. I'll turn back over to President Trigg Scales. Questions from the board?
Wow, that was very impressive. Very impressive. And thank you to you and the team. As you said, that was certainly a team effort. And having done this in my prior life, I can say without a doubt, this was very thorough, even knowing that we don't have standardized testing, state testing. So I'm going to share with the board. Ms. Huerta, we'll start with you.
Thank you very much. I do have many questions actually, but I will ask just a few of them that kind of jumped at me, and I'm glad that, you know, this is very thorough, and the assessments, there's just a lot of information to digest. One of my questions, and well, I want to acknowledge that Dr. Cascone did mention, you know, the ESL learners. You know, I'm glad that you know, he's acknowledging that there's definitely work that needs to be done and that we are addressing it and that we're not hiding from it. It is concerning to me, the amount, the percentage when I see it, the performance by demographics. Just, it's on slide 56 or page 56, 45, oh, sorry, 45, 46, and 47. You just see big numbers of non-passing students. And these are, you know, definitely families that have been impacted, you know, because of the language barriers, because of the economic disadvantage by the pandemic. And I have noticed that even in the assessment for ELA, that the recommendation or the, you know, concern is that hands-on, right? I think that the hands-on in general for both English learners, English language learners, and ELA learners, it needs to be there. And I'm glad to see that, you know, we're having all of these great summer programs that are both in person, some are virtual, because for many students, I think the virtual piece is the piece that they can't kind of get over, right? I think they need that hands-on and that in-person. So I am glad to see that all of the summer programs are happening. What more can we do to get our students in person, just particularly the ones that are experiencing such learning gaps comparatively?
Yeah, so I think one of the things we would want to say is that while the district has just moved to 4 days for a majority of our neediest learners, we were already in 4 days. So I think that's important to note. Principals and teachers identified students and we were able to bring them in earlier. We continue to, in addition to their core content area, support, work with their specialized teachers. So if it's an ESL teacher, if it's a special education teacher, if it's a BSI teacher, that they're pushing into these classes to support the learning while in content. Nothing is going to replace the in-person, right? And so then we need to move toward that. And so then now we're expanding to the 4 days. And as we think about the summer, which is quickly approaching, I think we're 5 weeks out, we'll be here and the students will be in person. They will be with their teachers. They will be with their teachers for an extended period of time. And I'd like to also note that it's multiple programs, and what we've tried to do under, you know, Dr. Cascone really just gave us some good wisdom there. If you hold these programs in July, right, in the beginning of July, and then these in the mid, and then these in August, then the students can kind of double and triple dip, right? And so then we've tried to do that where possible so that students can go to their ESL class and the ELA intervention and the math intervention and have that virtual ESL at home, and then that math that's being offered virtually at home as well. So again, trying to layer the interventions over the summer for two reasons: to continue instruction and not to have the students regress even more with no instruction as we normally would over summer, right? And then next year, you know, we've talked about the initiatives that we have in place, and they will be robust, they will be strong, and we will close the gaps. It will take time, but we're going to be optimistic on the approach and just be very deliberate about what we're teaching and how we're going to get the students there.
Right. And I do notice, you know, we are integrating the acceleration programs, the high intensity tutoring, so I am looking at, all of the things that can be done to address things sooner rather than later. I love that this included the audited commonly read novels. I think that that's really useful for parents at home for summer reading. My kids and I enjoy audiobooks while we're driving, so we do a lot of audiobooks, and I think that all of those resources are really helpful for the families and the students. Let me see, one more question. I saw that ESL additional strategies on slide 58. There were many resource committees organized. Are these still available? Like, is this information still accessible to families, or is it on you have to ask for it? Do parents have to ask for it?
No, I think the resources are available, and we have the coordinator, Mr. Cano, right, who is available to the parents for that ongoing support. So absolutely.
Right. Okay. Where do they access it? Is that on the website?
I can get that information for you from Mr. Plata.
Perfect. And I think that information is important to keep, accessible and available to our parents. They may have missed the actual meeting, and they can review it at a later date.
Absolutely.
One more question: that how are we utilizing the Rutgers program with integrating all of this information? Dr. Cascon, I'm sorry.
Yeah, so I think when we look at the manner in which we've been supporting our limited English proficient students and their families this year, it's been a holistic approach. Having been an ESL teacher myself, I can tell you that our ESL teachers always have been and continue to be that key, connection point with the school. One of the benefits of being an ESL teacher is you have a relatively small class, caseload, if you will. You might have 15, 20, maybe 30 students at most. And so it really enables our ESL teachers to be that primary connection point, that trusted liaison with the school district. So we have our outstanding ESL teachers who do a great job of that. We also have, working in partnership with them, Mr. Cano through the Rutgers program, and Mr. Cano does more targeted outreach, perhaps to students who we've had difficulty getting in touch with, parents who have reached out for specific resources, he'll follow up. And Mr. Plata, as well as the ESL supervisor, plays a role in that. In addition, we have a number of the programs which the board has seen and has approved previously, whether it's the after-school programs for students or even after-school programs for parents. Mr. Plata has worked with Mr. Cano and the ESL teachers, amongst others, in a bilingual parent advisory council, which has hosted multiple events over the course of the year. So that's just kind of a smattering of kind of what I would say is more of like a concerted effort to better reach out to our limited English proficient parents and culturally and linguistically diverse parents. I think even amidst the pandemic, I would argue we've seen really improved efforts to really connect with that parent community than we had in previous years. So.
Yeah, I'd echo that. Certainly we can't gloss over the difficulty of this year and the great, impact it's had on our communities and families. I would say that we're looking at this year also to say, what are the positives that have come out of it? What are the strengths? What are the refinements that have been made to our practice? And I think one of the common things that our teachers are sharing with us is that in being in a hybrid environment, we're in students' homes. We're in students' homes every day, right? And so then those family relationships have really been strengthened in many cases, especially for the L. And so then sometimes out of the very difficult, right, comes the pearl. And so, and I think we're making sure we're observing the pearls and taking them and saying, let's continue building on these relationships with our parents. And now we know who they are, right? It's not just the phone call now. We've been spending time with our parents. And so then that's just really a good thing.
Yes, thank you very much. I had a couple more questions. One was, let me see if I can find it, if I flip through. The assessments. There was one assessment that was done in November, you said. iReady, I think it is.
Yes.
And so usually, can you go over just slightly about, you said usually these scores are lower because it's done in the beginning of the school year.
Yes.
And so now we're getting ready to reassess. Do we do this assessment every year, or is this because of this year?
iReady is new. We were moving toward that pre-pandemic, but iReady is a math assessment that we're using at the middle school, and we're using it for all of our basic skills students. It is a diagnostic assessment that's administered that also measures growth. And so then we administer it 3 times a year, September, November, December, right? And then end of year. And so then the window that the state gave us to submit assessments it fell in November, which was, what do you know now, student, right? What do you know now? And then we normally take that data to plan our instruction to, again, deliberately look for growth in May. And then we're generally presenting these results to you at the end of a year to show you how did the student end their year. This data gave us an idea of what they were coming to the table with in November.
So is this comparable to like our annual assessments? Are our students performing less or lower or higher comparatively to the years prior?
So this would not be comparable in that it's formative data. So end of year data looks back to say, what did you learn and how well did you learn it? Formative data says, these are the things you're about to learn. Let me see what you already know so that I can plan your course of instruction well. All right. And so then that would be the difference. So a state assessment is looking back. Did they get it? And a formative assessment is looking forward. How am I going to build this plan out for you? What do you already know? What are your strengths? Let me build on those.
Okay. And then just one more question on the summer programs. Is there a registration deadline, or is it just until they fill out, until they cap out or max out?
Some of them have registration deadlines like summer enrichment. Others are open until they cap out. That will be on the board agenda for the 20th. And when you receive that, you'll also get all of the links to the brochures and the registration and the docs. Those will start to go out pending board approval, of course. But where there is sufficient funding, then we can cap it out at how much funding we have. If it's virtual like math, we can service all students.
Right. Okay. And I'll email the rest of my questions and give my colleagues a chance to ask as well. Thank you very much.
Sure, you're welcome.
Thank you, Ms. Huerta. Ms. Merklinger?
I know, I
Yeah, she
believe,
was having little issues before. I
some
believe
tech-
she is frozen on this screen right now.
Okay, so we'll jump to Mr. Rothstein and come back.
Oh, I'm here.
Oh, okay, Ms. Merklinger?
Yeah,
You
sorry,
have the
for some
floor.
reason it's disconnecting. So
Yeah, no, I can't hear her. I'm not sure if Ms. Merklinger, if you can hear me, but you have frozen and now we cannot hear you. I'm going to try to put it through the chat. Okay, it looks like she popped off. So you want mine to move to Mr. Rothstein and then hopefully she can connect back on.
Yes, I'll circle back around. Mr. Rothstein, please.
Great, thank you so much. Wow, what a presentation. I only have one question for each page of the presentation, so this is going to take some minutes. Just kidding. Really glad to see the level of analysis that's done here, and more importantly, the proactivity and the planning to, address the learning gaps and what you're seeing. It's not just about collecting the data, but it's about looking at it and figuring out all right, what do we do here? How do we best address the situations? And I'm really very pleased with what you've presented and seeing that we're taking those steps. Not, you know, of course, including the students who are, you know, in that category of failing and having a little more difficulty keeping up. So kudos to the district for being on top of that. Do we normally, in a normal year when we would have assessments that were more apples to apples comparisons year after year, do we normally do exactly this exercise to see what the learning gaps are and to sort of customize the education that students will receive in the next year?
I think we normally look at data, we normally look at standards, we normally think about how those standards and those data impact curriculum. Here, what you're seeing is, again, a very deliberate and purposeful approach that is saying, we know there are learning gaps, let's focus in on those gaps and identify them. And how are we going to scaffold those into the instruction? I think what you're also seeing is dedicated days in our calendar to unpacking data and for teachers to vertically articulate. So this year we set aside our district PD days, entire days, where teachers just came with data. Let's look at how the students are doing. Let's have a dialogue, and not only with their school, but now across the entire district, which is again another practice we want to keep. So now they weren't just meeting with their school peers, they're meeting with all 6th grade teachers, or all, well, 6th grade is always, but all 4th grade teachers, or all 5th to 6th grade, that transition year. That was huge, right? Really thinking about those transition years and documenting it this way, documenting it in documents that can be passed along and that can be used as rubrics and references for really thinking about how we're going to address prerequisite skills in our curriculum next year.
And do you think that we're going to be able to, you know, on an ongoing basis, as things return to normal and assessments return to normal, are we going to be able to assess how well this approach worked?
I think so, Mr. Rothstein. Again, we have that new role coming on board that can be dedicated just to that, right? So now we can have someone who's just thinking about data and assessing, not only assessing students, but assessing programs, assessing, right, fidelity of implementation, assessing how well an approach works. So I think that's a big plus. I think also another lesson learned is that before we were limited by how many people could fit into a room or travel time for PD, and we have no walls here. So I think we've learned we've quickly learned that we are going to leverage technology so that we can be more efficient, right? We don't lose time, and that teachers can come together and meet with their peers across schools, across the district, across grades to really talk about the work. And I think that was an element that was missing, the time to talk about the work.
Yeah, that's a great point. Good learning to take out of it. Question about the math summer instructional support that you mentioned for grades 6 through 12, I believe. So open to all, I think that's great. I'm assuming that every student in those grade levels will receive information about how to access that support.
Yes, and they already started to receive information. So teachers have been posting it in their Google Classrooms to let them know by course. This is what we're proposing for the summer. How many of you are interested? And we're doing everything but mandating it. We're saying to the students, you have to come. We're giving you a summer assignment. The summer assignment will be a part of your grade. So come to the sessions. The teachers will help you. They will support you. They'll make sure you get it done. And they're able to sign up to whichever session they want. So we're offering multiple sessions so that if a family is on vacation, you know, during session 1 and they're back during session 3, that they can attend, or, you know, if they're just enjoying their summer, right, and they want to get it done at a different time. So we're again optimistic that the students will participate, that they'll get the support, and that we can make sure that we're closing some of the prerequisite skill sets.
That's great. And at a very high level, like it's great that we're offering this for math. Can you tell us why was math selected? and not other subject matters.
Mhm. So math data, right? That's where we're needing the greater area of focus. So math is being offered to all students because of what the data is saying, because of the technical part of math at those upper levels. We are offering ELA at the lower levels as well. So we're offering our integrated acceleration for grades 1 through 5. We're offering our ELA tutorials for grade 6. We're offering our grade 4-5 tutorials in ELA through the summer enrichment program. We are having book studies. So we are offering ELA. It just doesn't look the same way because the data for ELA, as opposed to math, has said we need the kids in person to do writing. That's where we're struggling. And we need them to physically write, right? To go through writing process, etc. For the younger ones, fluency, speaking. We need them to come in. We need to see them, hear them speak, engage in conversation, and work with our students at the lower levels for those skills. And so then those need to be in person.
Great. And then one last question. You had mentioned the Friday small group support that's ongoing right now for students who would benefit with some additional help. Can you just give like maybe one example or so about how what we're learning right now from the data is being picked up and implemented in that support on Fridays?
Sure. So we have support on Fridays across many of the interventions areas. I'm sorry,
I make people cry. It's what I do.
Cry, Mr. Rossi. So we have a whole host of services that are happening on Fridays to include for our basic skills students. They're getting tiered intervention in small group. We have also for our gifted students, all of our gifted instruction happening on Fridays. We have enrichment. So a student who wasn't eligible for enrichment, but they're independent and they're learning in a more quicker way, right? They need to be stretched. We're offering enrichment to our K-2 students, right? So they're developing that early literacy. So Fridays has a whole host of services, independent, small group, that are being offered to the students to supplement their core area instruction.
Terrific. And again, thank you so much for all the hard work you and the entire team on putting that together. Really appreciate the update.
Thank you. I'm sorry. I'm getting like a...
Thank you, Mr. Rost.
Here. I don't know what
Okay. Mrs. Merklinger.
Sorry about that. Thank you for your patience. So I will apologize if I repeat any questions because I was having a little disconnection issue there. So if I repeat any, just stop me. But, you know, having just gotten this on Saturday and it being Mother's Day weekend, I do have a lot of questions. So if you just bear with me. I personally find the results unacceptable and, to be honest, really disappointing. I think, you know, it's great to hear about the vertical articulation and what our teachers and faculty are doing. But with a lot of the information here, it leads to a lot of questions. So, you know, the first question I have is in regards to the calendar for testing. I know we shared it earlier on in the beginning of the year. Did we send out a revised schedule? Are parents aware of this, and how is it communicated about the new testing schedule?
The testing adjustments are generally communicated in our district calendar and or via the schools. And so then we communicated that we were not having testing as we moved along in the year. We did not revise and repost a formal district calendar, if that's the question.
Okay. So maybe that's something we could do so parents have a reference in regards to when students are being tested, and granted, not the state level testing, but just when these assessments are taking place. And along with that, just on, you know, seeing some of these scores, I'm just wondering, how did we, or have we provide this information to parents regarding their individual students on how they're performing and the steps that we're taking to prepare them, you know, especially where there is that learning loss. What types of communications have teachers or the district been providing to parents along the way throughout the course of this year?
Sure. And so then here you're seeing our district assessments, which are a part of the students' grades, right? So district assessments are a part of the students' grades. They're a part of the students every day. So teachers would communicate out regularly as a part of their regular instructional practice how students are doing on district assessments. When it comes to bigger assessments like a MAP, which we haven't administered this year, then that's when we provide a district communication to say, this is a district-wide assessment, and this is how the students are performing. But most of the assessments that we've talked about here today are teacher assessments that they communicate out to parents. Some of these assessments are not assessments that are communicated out because these are instructional assessments. So for example, in FMP, those are not results, if you will, that would go home in a report to a parent because they're really designed to inform how we instruct, but the reading level would go out, right? And so then the parent might know this is how your child is doing in reading, and this is their instructional reading level or their independent reading level. Also, we have our report cards, which this year we've had a huge shift in our report cards for elementary, which now parents, instead of just getting that letter grade, really got by standard how that student was meeting, approaching, or developing the standard. Parent-teacher conferences, we were able to meet with our parents this year, again, not limited by parents having to come in. Our parent-teacher conferences, which were much more greater in number this year because we were able to meet with our parents virtually and at times that were convenient for them. And so then we were able to communicate that way. We have INRS meetings for our students who really are receiving intervention and support, and those are parent and teacher meetings with the support teachers where we go over student performance, how they're doing. Class Dojo is another way where we're communicating with parents regularly on how they're performing. And then of course, for our special education students, our ESL students, if it's an IEP meeting where parents are attending, or if it's with the ESL parents, we're letting them know how they're performing there. So I think that the teacher communication has been abundant in terms of student performance on individual class assessments, right? The ones that are designed just for instruction, those wouldn't normally go out. And anything that's district-wide, like if it were a state assessment or a MAP, that's where the district would communicate out.
Okay, so I guess, just kind of building off of, you brought up about the new grading system, and I'm wondering, to be honest, I'm a little surprised to see some of these results. I would have expected better performance. But so I guess I have to just question, like, do we see an impact from the new grading? How is that related to some of the results we're seeing where it's below grade level? And with that, the impact it has to honors. So, Melinda brought up about the iReady, and those scores are significantly low. But we're using that to place students into honors. So if you could speak a little to, why are we okay with the mediocrity of these results, and how do we, how does that impact honors and what's being used for it?
Sure. I think what you see here is that we're not okay with it, and therefore we're putting in all of these measures, and we're meeting and building strategy and thinking about how to rework our instructional practice because it's not okay, right? And so then across the world, across our nation, more importantly in West Orange, we need our students to excel and to succeed. And so then I think this is representative of the effort and the intentionality that is focusing on making sure that we build our students up in their instruction and in their performance as it relates to the standards. I think all of these models that we've talked about today are really deliberately addressing those. And so we're looking to see the results. We're looking to see what that looks like over time. We understand that the pandemic has had a huge impact on instruction. We understand that it has widened gaps, as Dr. Cascone said earlier. We're not hiding that. We're being very transparent and honest about it, as well as being very clear, deliberate, research-based on our practices and what we're going to continue to put in place now and next year to address it. We do anticipate that this will have a prolonged effect, right? It's not going to go away in the summer. And so then therefore, it's not just an approach we're taking over the summer. We're layering the tiers of intervention and layering of the practice of support. With regard to the elementary report card, I think it's a great question, because the idea that we have a new report card is not synonymous with we're changing grading, right? We're just changing how we're reporting it. So now, instead of reporting it in a number or a quantitative way, we're reporting it by standard, so that the parents will know specifically this is the area that your child is showing strength in, this is the area that your child is approaching that standard in, and this is the area that they're developing in. And so then I, as a teacher, I'm speaking to a parent in a parent conference, instead of saying, you know, oh, they're an A student. Now I can say, when they're thinking about fluency, when they're thinking about comparing text to text or text to self, this is where they're struggling with. Therefore, this is what you can help them with at home. Here are some strategies and here are some resources. I think there was a third question there that I lost sight of.
Yeah, about honors. So how are the results, especially like iReady, where, you know, and to your point with Melinda, that those are taken early on and you're not expected to do you're testing to see what needs, you know, for the future. So that's done in November. How does that, how are these test results impacting honors placement?
Sure. And so then when we're thinking about honors, we're thinking about multiple criteria, not just iReady, right? So we're thinking about grades, we're thinking about major assessments, we're thinking about iReady as a component. This year we were heavy on grades, where in prior years we were not. We were primarily heavy on NJSLA. So in the absence of those reasons, the absence of those assessments, we have multiple criteria in place for the student. We did not see a decline in percentage for students who would normally be in honors as compared to those who are still in process. And then parents will have the opportunity to appeal. If they'd like to appeal, we'd love for the students to advocate for self and come sit with us and to say, you know, I believe that I can complete this honors work. We'll take a look at their product, at their work, at their task commitment, at their consistency, and we'll consider our students.
Okay. So just one of the things that kind of struck me was about, you know, the first 20 days starting full day on site next year. And talking about preloading, could you just explain a little bit more about what that means for our students and what parents can expect? And on top of that, is it going to hold up the learning that we would expect to be started? So if we're preloading and working on things that should have been done or learned this year that we now have to kind of refocus on for the beginning of next school year, how does that impact what we expect from that current school year, from the current school year? So I'm not sure if that's making sense, but, you know, kind of like if we're having to backload some of the stuff that we didn't get to cover this year as in depth as we needed to, and now we have to preload it for next year for September, is it going to impact our curriculum for students into next year?
Right. I think that's a great question too. So preloading does not mean we stop teaching, right? It means I'm entering into unit 1. What are the prerequisite skills you're going to need so that your fluency in this unit, right? So that you can move through this unit at levels of proficiency. Because of differentiation, then we will tailor that to that different group of student, right? And so then the students who may need some additional support, we might embed some prerequisite skills that build them up to that content. For those students who are accelerated, for those students who need enrichment, for those students who need stretch, then that's what we will preload. So it will be based off of the different students. Here, we're not saying that we're teaching you content we didn't teach, because we taught the content, right? I think we talked about that with compacting. We taught the content. What we're saying here is these are the skills that the data for the students who are sitting in front of me, right? We've vertically articulated, we've passed that on to that new teacher. So now that teacher has the data for the students that are sitting in front of him or her. And now they're able to use that data to say, before I enter unit 1, these are the skills that we need to kind of firm up on. Let's go through those skill sets and then let's enter into the content. And that's a positive because the student will their confidence, right? How they enter and engage with the content. It'll be for a stronger student and for more authentic engagement with the content. So it's a great strategy. We've been using it for years in ELA. And so now we're going to take a strategy that's proven to work in research and just move it into math as well.
Okay, so speaking of math, on a couple of the slides, it says we're analyzing benchmark data. Can you kind of maybe go into just give us a little bit more about what benchmark data we're using?
Sure. So when we're thinking about iReady data, that can be used as benchmark data. When we're thinking about pre-assessments, so before I start a unit, I may offer a student or my class a pre-assessment that says, these are the things that you're about to learn. Where are you right now prior to me teaching that? And then I would use that pre-assessment in order to inform how I enter into the content, maybe how long I stay with it. Let's say we offer a pre-assessment in Unit 1 and the majority of the students already have a solid foundation, and my scope and sequence says you're going to spend 6 weeks here. I might be able to truncate that and only spend 3 weeks there because I've pre-assessed the students with that benchmark, and I know that they're already coming to the content with a strong foundation. Likewise, if I only had planned 3 weeks and this is a struggle point, I might expand that and offer some greater levels of reinforcement and support for the students. And so then the curriculum, if we remember, is live, it's dynamic, it's engaging. We have a scope and sequence that gives us guided, right, suggested timeframes, but there's room there for the teachers to really be led by the data, be led by the students in front of them and not just the piece of paper.
So just kind of looking at the math and ELA results, and just from kind of some of the discussion points, it sounds almost like we're expecting all of our students to go to summer school, just to kind of make up for this learning loss. Is that, I guess, the expectation that we want? I mean, it's almost as if we're extending the school year for folks to make up in some of these areas. Is that almost what we're saying? Because it just seems like we're focused on, and I would have thought we would have expected some of these. I mean, we've been talking about learning loss. It's been a topic across national levels ever since COVID kind of really took a toll on the communities across the nation. So I guess I'm just kind of a little concerned that, in looking at some of the performance by ethnicity and demographic, especially with our ELL, our spec ed students, I guess I'm just a little upset to see some of these numbers, and I would have thought we would have been prepared a little bit better to see this coming. Not to say that it's anyone's it's not anyone in particular's fault, but I guess I would have expected that we would have been putting things into place ahead of time to start trying to address some of these things. So with that, I know we have these summer school plans, but I'm just wondering, just looking at some of the numbers for science looks like we did really well with. And I'm wondering, were there best practices that we used in science that we can maybe relate for ELA and math that weren't utilized or could be utilized?
All right, so I'll start with the questions around learning loss. So if, and I know I went through the PowerPoint very quickly, but for each content area, there are slides for current strategies, slides for future strategies, and slides for summer. So you'll see all of the current strategies that are in play now, because of course we can't wait till the summer. It's a layered approach, right? And so then we've been addressing things now during the year. We are planning to address things during the summer, and we're planning to continue addressing over the year. So if you'll, and if you need me to highlight those for you, I'd be glad to do that for you, right? Just to show you all of the things that we're doing now. In terms of learning loss and all of the research and data that's been coming out, the primary strategies are summer support and extended day, right? So those are through and through the strategies that the research is saying that we need to augment, layer on top of everything else we're doing. So we're not waiting to the summer. We have implemented a whole host of strategies, and the summer we're leveraging that. We do not want students to regress. We want to offer all students opportunity. And so then the research talks about the difference between an achievement gap and an opportunity gap. What we're seeing here in terms of learning loss and expanded gaps specifically for economically disadvantaged, special education, or Black and brown students specifically. This is where the research is designed. It's saying extended year programs, it's saying summer programs, and it's saying to layer all of these strategies on top of one another. And so then that's what you're seeing in an approach, an opportunity. Everybody doesn't need to come, but if the students who want to, and the students who we're going to go after, right, to say, we need you here, we want them to be here.
Yeah, I just want to, I'm sorry, Ms. Berklinger, I just wanted to add something to what Mr. Mendez said. I want to frame it back to both the data collection window from which these numbers came, and also the fact that this data is representative of a single measure, right?
Yes.
So this data was pulled between November and
February.
February,
Okay.
really, the end period of that shortly after we were able to start to get in, and now more. And secondly, that it's based upon one single measurement. So I think while we can certainly and have drawn, inferences from it in findings, I think we also have to recognize that in any data set, both when it was collected and what data it is, there's a certain degree of limitation. So I would be cautious to use it as a boilerplate assessment of the state of affairs in general. But final point is, if you look at some of our numbers, where you have students below grade level, it might range between 25 to 30 and, maybe grade 2 ELA 40%. And so, yes, that is sort of what we're suggesting, that if you're a student, a second grade student that's performing below grade level in English language arts, then yes, you're strongly encouraged to attend a summer program in ELA. If you're a student that's performing on or above grade level in ELA in second grade, then you certainly still could take a program, but it obviously would not be as critical for you to do that as a student who is performing below grade level.
And that actually gives a lot of clarity. So I appreciate that, knowing the time frame, because I think that does actually significantly change the questioning a little bit, just in terms of that's a better understanding of the date. So thank you for that.
And I apologize, Ms. Berklinger, because I know you were coming in and out of radio silence there, so you might have missed a couple of pieces there. So no problem. Happy to clarify.
Yeah, no, thank you. But building off of that, so with knowing that, and I don't know if we have this answer yet or if we know this, but I'd be curious to know now that, so February, I think we were still kind of in not fully back on site. We were not in school 4 days. And we definitely hadn't combined cohorts yet. Now that we've done that, do we expect to see improvement from our students by this time? And how are we going to measure that?
Sure.
Not,
May
and June.
Absolutely. And so then you're seeing now, if we go back to that assessment calendar, we're beginning all of our assessments now. So right now, Fontes and Pinnell is being administered to all elementary students to get that very accurate reading level end of year, so that we could plan around that for next year. MAP is being offered to all students in math because we have ELA data, so we don't need to test them twice. And benchmark assessments are being offered. The iReady for May, June is being administered now. So here we'll get a more genuine look. Here in this presentation, again, we're trying to come and present to our board and community. This is what we have so far, right? And this is where we are. But by the end of this year, we'll have more concrete data. We certainly expect to see growth, and then we could in the future then present that.
And anecdotally speaking, Mrs. Berklinger, just in terms of feedback we receive from principals and teachers, is that we are seeing definitely positive gains from students when they're on site. So that we're definitely seeing that.
Great. No, that's great to hear. So speaking of the summer courses, and definitely, so just a couple more things I just wanted to follow up on. In terms of costs, so we are, just being mindful of the financial impact that COVID has had on many of our families, and understanding the learning loss. how are the summer courses and these items that we're putting out there as our layering to help improve performance and get our students back up to par? What are we looking? Is this part of the ESSER too? I know I might have missed part of that. So is it covered by that, or are we? Is this an additional fee for members of our community?
The summer learning acceleration on slide 71, on slide 72, the middle school and the high school programs are all in our ESSER 2 application. And so we budgeted all of the summer programs based on the allotment, right? What they've told us that we were eligible for in grant. We expect to receive the grant. It will be submitted next week. And then we'll be able to, pending that approval, we'll be able to implement all of the programs.
Great. And just following up on one of Melinda's questions with our ELL students, you know, I think one of the items that we've definitely come across is, you know, maybe language barriers. So in terms of some of these after school community programs and things like that, where we're talking about our current strategies, can you speak to a little bit to what the participation has been like? Are we seeing a lot of engagement from parents in the community? And then how is that being communicated out to Melinda's point that, you know, are they able to access it and take advantage of it?
Absolutely. So the ESL teachers, really, you have just a beautiful team in them. They reach out to the parents, phone call in the evenings, right? So they're making direct contact with parents. Also, when they come into the classes, the parents, right, they're able to access them there. All communication goes out in both English, Spanish, Haitian Creole, right? Where we have teachers who speak the language, they speak directly with the parents. Where they need translator, we do that too. But all written communication goes out in 3 languages. We also have the partnerships with Mr. Cano, who reaches out to the parents. We have the Rutgers partnership. We have Mr. Plata that speaks the language. We have Mr. Jean-Claude who speaks the Creole, right? And so then we're reaching out. I have to say that this team has, you know, they always go above and beyond, but this year they've really made sure that they're reaching out. I mean, some teachers have even gone to the homes, right? To make sure you have the technology, do you have what you need, and make sure that they're getting the resources, even food, right? And all of those different supports. So absolutely, yes.
I would just, I'm sorry, Ms. Brokinger, I would just, and that is all true, but I have to be, you know, I have to be frank, that we have work to do in this area. You know, that we're getting better at building bridges, at providing resources, but in building a level of capacity from within the community so that the community understands how to advocate and feels comfortable doing so. You know, we're kind of in Gen 1 parent engagement of our culturally and linguistically diverse families. You know, and we need to build beyond that. So I say that with full transparency that we have work to do, but we've made some good gains this year.
No, I appreciate that. Thank you. Just two more follow-up comments, questions. So I noticed that a lot of the data points that were pulled here are our K-12 students, and I'm just wondering, have we taken a look at our students at Betty Madalena and then our adult 18 to 21 program?
Yeah, I can get those data for you after this presentation. This one focused predominantly on our K-12, but we do have data for those. Ms. Salambino has great data, right, for her students. Even more so than this because they are IEP driven and individualized. And so then we would not be able to share data for those students as much as we could share what they're doing, right? Because they're very few in number. But she does have data. And then I could reach out to Ms. Fogarty Fitzgerald regarding 1821 to then provide that to the board at a future date. The same thing with WOMA, I can provide that. You know, we received our annual report for that. What I can say for WOMA is that there are 34 students in the program. of the 34, 33 are on track for graduation. 14 of them are seniors. They're all ready to, they're on track for graduation this year. Last year we had 100% graduate. There were 9. So the WOMA program is definitely meeting the needs of the students in a different way, right? That's more individualized, but those students are on track, save 1. So we can get a report for all of those, Betty Madalena, WOMA, and 18 to 21.
No, that's great. Thank you. I just in terms of, thinking about learning loss and where we're looking to assist our faculty and teachers, and summer offerings, I was just wondering, so I just wanted to see if some of these summer offerings are also being considered for all 3 of those programs as well. But definitely look forward to hearing follow-up. Yeah, no, that would be great. Thank you.
I think I'm sorry, Ms. Merklinger, so as it relates to our pre-K and our 18 through 21, all those, there students within those programs, I don't say without exception, but many of those students would be participating in the district's extended school year program. That certainly would not preclude them from participating in other programs, but many, if not all of those students would be participating in the ESY, just as a side point.
And then, on the flip side, I'm sure we have students who, I know many of them who are excelling, right? They're doing phenomenal. They've been very resilient with COVID. They've adjusted to pivoting from hybrid, virtual, back to hybrid, whatnot, being on site. What are some of the measures that we're doing to ensure that they're being challenged? You hear a lot, especially with, and I know it's a source of divisiveness within the community, but about Fridays, right? So folks who feel Friday's not enough work, folks who feel it's just enough. But for those students that are, high achievers, who are looking for that additional challenge, what are some of the things that we're putting in place to assist them, especially when, especially at the younger levels, elementary levels, where the grading system is meets, exceeds, not meeting. How are we assessing where they fall? So if I'm getting a 99 versus a 91, is that still exceeding? So just kind of trying to understand what we're doing to help those students that are looking for more of a challenge.
Mm-hmm. So I think the interesting piece of the data here, as opposed to what we would normally see in state assessment, is that when we're unpacking it for all of the students to see where they're all falling. And then we're designing strategies and scaffolding the curriculum for all of the students. So for the students who are demonstrating learning gaps, then we're building in supports. For the students who are exceeding, we're building in enrichment activities, right? And we're shifting from a remediation approach to an acceleration approach. So those are a part of are parts of the strategies.
Okay, that's great. So thank you for that. Just last for our faculty, so it sounds like they're spending a lot of time, and I think that's amazing that they're spending so much time, with this vertical articulation and going through each student and where they're, sitting down by grade level and discussing where students may be falling behind, where they need further guidance, especially going into the new school year. So are there things that we can do as a community to assist teachers, any resources that they need that would help get students back to the level that we expect? Obviously, they're doing a lot of work, but is there something that we can do as a community to assist them?
So I think that's a great question we can pose to our staff to get some really concrete ideas and then communicate those out. I think some of the things that we're already doing are, for example, in the math curriculum, if we go back, or if, when you can, to the elementary slide, you'll see that when you click on the standards analysis and you see where we built in the supports to the curriculum, we've embedded live resources. So the teachers can click on the resources and then those can be applied and or shared with parents. So we're going to move toward sharing resources that align to the curriculum with parents for things that you can do at home to support. things that you can do to help your student. But it would be a great survey to put out to staff to say, so how can we partner with communities? What do you need from the parents or at home? What can they do to help their children to enrich, right? Etc. And then for our students who may not have the same levels of support, then we would offer that here through all of the different opportunities.
Great, thank you. And so I do want to thank and recognize the staff and teachers who are doing that home reach out. That's amazing, and I'm glad to hear that they're doing that and ensuring that our students are getting the resources they need. So thank you to the folks. I do see that some of our participants are teachers in our community. So thank you for what you're doing in that regard. And I'm sure our families and students appreciate that. But that's all my questions. Thank you.
Yeah, sure.
Thank you, Mrs. Merklinger and Vice President Tunnicliffe.
Thank you, President Trigg Scales. It's always nice going last because most of the questions I was going to ask have already been asked, but I do want to ask one or two things. So can you talk a little bit about, we've talked about the difference between remediation and acceleration and what that looks like in the context of learning and how that's going to be applied.
Mm-hmm. So remediation might think about what are your deficits.
Mm-hmm.
And now I'm going to sit with you only focusing on your deficits. And then acceleration would say, what are your strengths? And I'm going to leverage your strengths to move you through the content, mm-hmm. right? And build a stronger foundation. Remediation might say, what grade level are you really performing at now, right? And I'm going to teach you that content when you may be 2 or 3 years behind in a grade level. So then remediation might say, I'm going to teach you back here, and acceleration says, absolutely not. I'm going to teach you at grade level standard, but I'm going to scaffold or support or build in the skills as I'm teaching you at grade level.
Okay, great, thank you. Appreciate that clarification. And the other thing I was wondering, because I was on a legislative call with New Jersey school boards on Saturday, and they talked a little bit about the Start Strong assessment, and they said that that would be implemented in late September, early October. Can you tell me a little bit how that data might help inform what the rest of the year looks like, and how you might, will that be used to kind of see how we did over the summer and what the kids learned during the summer programs? I just wanted to know if you've given any thought to that.
I'd need to see more of it. We'd need to get more information. We haven't gotten too much on it. I know that some districts piloted it this past year.
Right.
Some began to use it as a pilot, but we did not. And so then we would need to really explore those assessments. If it's going to be required for us, then we'll learn a lot about it. We'll go to all of the training sessions. If it's being offered at the beginning of the year, then it will be formative in nature. It will look back and it will do the same thing we're doing. What are the prerequisite skills that you need to build into the curriculum? And here are the data to assist you in identifying those areas of focus.
Yeah, my understanding is that it will be mapped to the standards. So.
Yeah.
But yes.
So the state had released priority learning for us, and we aligned all of our compacted curriculum to those priority learning standards. Right. So if the assessment is going to assess standards, it's going to assess those priority learning standards. So we've aligned our curriculum to that, and we'll be able to use that data to guide our instruction.
Great, thank you. I think that was really, I think most of the, let me just see what they, kids maintain. Nope, I think that was it. Most of the other stuff I had was covered already by my colleagues. So thank you so much.
Sure.
Thank you, Vice President Tunnicliffe. All right, I noticed that we did move through the data by ethnicity rather quickly. And I just want to make sure that we are paying really close attention to that. We talked a lot about ELL and special ed. And I just want to be sure that we are looking at that disaggregated data and capturing all of the students that need that additional help. as we have said, the research does show that students of color have suffered significantly. And we have the data, so I want to make sure we're using it. And that kind of leads me into another question I was going to ask about MAP for the fall. But if the state is coming up with something, and I had an opportunity to hear some snippets of legislators speaking directly to Commissioner McMillan, and they were pressing her pretty hard to come up with a plan very soon and share it with districts. So I think we're going to be hearing something formally very quickly, very soon. Thank you again to the team. As I said, this was very impressive. Now, originally, before we knew what the pandemic was going to do to us this year, the board had asked for a mid-year assessment report, and then we would have gotten the normal one at the end of the year. So we're off kilter right now, but there are some data that I think you'll be sharing with us at the end of the year, because I was wondering which marking period grades did you capture when you gave us that data?
So it depends on the assessment. The window that we captured data for the state was between November and February. So that was first and second marking period.
Okay.
But we were not allowed to average. And that was, again, to the limitation of the data. We were only allowed to choose one assessment, one administration.
Okay.
So we couldn't average anything.
Okay. So we can get grades at the end of the year,
We sure can.
so that we can see the
Grade,
growth.
We can
Yeah.
get Fontes and Pinnell. We can look
Yeah.
at iReady end of year. Absolutely.
Yeah, great. Happy to hear that. And we're doing parent education workshops with our ELL population. And as we get more opportunity to do interventions, I'd like to see a lot more workshops with our BSI parents and parents in general. So I look forward to that. Now, the ESSER 3 funds, the American Rescue Act, is that money still pending, Dr. Cascone?
That's one I'm going to give to Miss Flower. Miss Flowers, what do you tell us all about ESSER 3? What? No, I mean, I won't. The last and only thing we've heard of ESSER 3 was when I mentioned it a couple of board meetings back that we had received notification in a broadcast that it did in fact exist, and that greater detail relative to allotments, allowable expenses, et cetera, were forthcoming. But Ms. Flowers, we've yet to receive anything, correct? Yeah.
Okay, it's coming. We cross our fingers. We hope it's coming. And the last thing was just happy to hear that on May 20th, we're going to get more concrete data about summer programs. So that's exciting. So I think that's it for my comments. So Dr. Cascone, I'll throw it back to you.
All right. That concludes that presentation. And Mr. Mendez, thank you. Just ask you to kind of stay in the wings. You imagine we'll probably have some questions from the community. The only other item I have on the superintendent's report is an HIB. You have been provided with the executive summary. I have reviewed the findings of the investigation and the conclusion. I am in agreement with those findings and that conclusion, and I enter it into as a motion for later on the agenda for acceptance by the board.
Thank you, Dr. Cascone. And I am going to, as promised, we're going to take a 10-minute break. It's really called a 4-hour stretch for the board. So we will come back in 10 minutes, and we appreciate you staying with us. Okay, we're back. Well, thank you everyone for allowing us to take that short break. We certainly do appreciate it. And we are now at questions from the public on agenda items only, and Ms. Gravtiza will give you some details and she will set the clock for you.
Thank you. Yes, at this time, this is for questions on the agenda items only. You'll be using the raise your hand function located at the bottom of your screen. If you're one of our call-in patrons, it is *9 and you only need to press it once. So at this time, Elmani Viney, if you can please follow the prompt on your screen and give us your name and address for the record, please.
Yes, hello. This is Elmani S. Viney, 186 Forest Hill Road. Good evening, everyone. I listened intently to the presentation and the results from the assessments that was done. And I guess I have a question and also a suggestion. The question, as we look at the impact of the results, especially the disparities that we're seeing in the grades from ELA and also students of color, are we taking into consideration the impact that some of them may be children that are raising other siblings because the parents are working? Are we taking into consideration that they may be the only English-speaking person within the household? Also, the impact of isolationism. And the reason why I'm stating that is because what my concern would be is that when we look at learning loss, that we think that it's just about making up the work. While that is respected, and I agree with that, we also have to take into consideration that the real social emotional trauma piece may actually be the main component or the reason why there's such an impact. Which leads me to my other concern is I'm looking at what you're trying to do going into the summer and going into the school year. I would strongly recommend looking at work from the American Pediatric Association, also the American Psychological Association, and the Health Disparities Institute at the University of Connecticut. You have a concern. We all have a concern. As some of you that know me know, I'm an educator as well. You have young people that have been home for 18 months. We have to strongly consider the depth of PTSD, the depth of trauma, and what they've been exposed to, and bringing that back into the school. And so the question becomes, are we equipping our counseling staff, our psychologist staff, and even training our teachers to be more supportive of students that may have been or may be affected by that? So I understand the learning loss, but I think it's also important to be cognizant that the greater loss may be loss of a family member, loss of a family member, the depth of isolationism, loss of friend interaction, and the depth of impact that that can have on one's cognitive development, in which now just shows up in terms of in grades. So I didn't hear much of that, but looking at where things are, I think that that's a bigger cause of concern for me than the actual academic learning loss. So really hope that that's taken into consideration for any plans during the summer and going into the school year. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, next we have Julie Bookbinder. If you can please follow the prompt on your screen and give us your name and address for the record.
Hi, Julie Bookbinder, 37 Collimore. Thank you for the presentation tonight. It's very interesting to see the data that's been gathered. I had a few questions, particularly from Ms. Mendez on that presentation. First is, how are you planning for the fall, including how you're creating a different schedule for the first few months of the school year and building in those longer blocks to address the missed learning standards and content that are prerequisites to future learning? In particular, at what point will you need confirmation that there will be 5 full days of school in the fall, whether that's from the district or the state? And finally, given the positive gains, as Dr. Cascone described them with respect to students on site, wouldn't it help our teachers and students to have full days this school year, for example, to start to build up the reading stamina in the elementary ages, and to get a head start on addressing issues outlined tonight with respect to both academics and indeed some of the social and emotional issues that have been described as well? Thank you.
Thank you. Next, it's just listed under WOS CPAC. If you can follow the prompt on your screen and give us your name and address for the record.
Gina Velasquez, 22 Corwell Circle. So first of all, I just want to thank you for the in-depth presentation. It was very thorough, and I thought that you covered a lot. I do have a question regarding the special education students. We all know that they have been one of the most severely impacted groups during the pandemic, and I do realize that they are eligible for the extended summer program, which is provided for them in order to not regress and lose all that they have learned throughout the year. So with that said, are there any other resources provided to them to catch up or make up for the learning loss because of the pandemic, like their general education peers? So I don't know if I really made sense, but what I'm basically saying is that the summer program, the extended summer program, they would have that anyway. So being that the general education students are given extra summer school, are there any other resources being given to the special education students? And I did hear Dr. Cascone mention that they could attend any of the other summer programs, but it appears that they're all at the same time, except for the enrichment program, which only the after hours, it stated is 12 to 4, I think. And I just wanted to know if the enrichment program is that a cost? Is there a cost with that? That's it. And thank you guys for all the hard work that you've been doing thus far. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Rachel Keene. If you can follow the prompt on your screen, please, and give us your name and address for the record.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, Rachel Keene, 22 Schmidt Road. I just wanted to comment, it's just very sad to see the numbers coming out of our town, especially the, predicted disparities that are, that we're now seeing to light. And I'm glad that we have this data, but it's just really sad to think that this data represents the kids in our town. It kind of hit me that they've probably missed so much curriculum this year. Next year and the year after that, it's just going to be so hard for them to readjust to being in school again and to learn when the foundation of what they missed isn't there. They've been out of school for almost a year and a half. So just going off that, we're admitting tonight that being in school in person is important. We brought our neediest children in for more time, thankfully this year, early on, which is great. And I don't think we're casting a wide enough net, and I don't think we're acting soon enough. There's still, 5 weeks or 6 weeks left in the school year, and that might not seem like much, but every day that kids are in the building is going to make a difference and get them closer to their peers in neighboring communities and private schools all over the state of New Jersey. So I'm just wondering why, given the extremely low case numbers in the state, the fact that I think we're in the green zone as of today, and 75% of West Orange is at least partially vaccinated, why aren't we having the K through 12 students go on site 5 half days a week starting May 17th? And why is it only 2 half days a week? It just seems like we're admitting that kids need to be in school, and we're offering them summer school. But why aren't we doing anything now to address this? And why are we just waiting? Thanks.
Okay, thank you. At this time, if we have anyone else who would like to speak on agenda items, they would do that by using the raise your hand function. Laura Nessner, if you can follow the prompt on your screen and give us your name and address for the record.
I am so proud of you. Thank you.
Thank you.
It's Laura Nessner, 504 Eagle Rock Avenue. I have a few questions. So the first one is, why didn't we communicate the new assessment calendar because it was put out in September after we knew we were going to be fully virtual. I'm one of those parents that actually does look at it, and I do keep track of things like that. Also, you talked about acceleration strategies in regards to remediation. What about those acceleration strategies for those children that are at or above grade level? How are we going to advance those children? Because I'll be honest, in the 3 years we've been here, I haven't seen a whole lot of differentiation of instruction. And that is concerning to me, as my child has always been above grade level in reading and writing, and a little bit in math as well, but definitely very far ahead in reading and writing. And I haven't seen a whole lot of that. Also, why aren't we using the map for ELA? I noticed that the map shows a Lexile reading level, which always trends higher for my daughter than the Fontes and Pinnell. And I was wondering why that disparity is. And if we're not taking anything out of the curriculum, as we said, why is it that if my daughter goes to a different school next year, out of district, she will be behind in math? So what does that say about our elementary math curriculum? Let me see, the summer programs, it sounds great, but I would have loved to have known about it sooner, because we've already have camps for full days so that my daughter can get used to being somewhere for a full day again. Also, I believe we're supposed to be doing screening for K-2 for dyslexia and putting interventions in place. Are we doing that? Have we been able to do that this year? That might be it. Also, I did want to say, there's a lot going on around about Fridays. It's only 6 Fridays, but it's 21 hours of education, of creativity, of connection that these children need. The extra 3 hours, even though it was virtual, in person would have been way better. My daughter's class was able to do like a deep dive writing lesson that they have not been able to do all year long. It was amazing. They got to do a craft, which they have not been able to do, except when me as a class parent had to went in and did it. And it would take up either a social studies or science lesson, which they only get an hour a week each, or it would take up their reading buddies' time. So please try to reconsider that. Thank you very much.
Hey, thank you. And again, it's final call for anyone who would like to speak on agenda items using the raise your hand function at the bottom of the screen. Sandra Mordecai, if you can follow the prompt on your screen and give us your name and address for the record.
Sure. Thank you. Sandra Mordecai, 516 Pleasant Valley Way. Good evening, everyone. Thank you for your time and a very thorough presentation. Just calling to say congratulations to Principal Jackson. With her hire, there are now 6 principals and 3 assistant principals of color and a few supervisors and the assistant superintendent. I am hoping that there will be a support system for her because I'm recalling last year's assistant principal did not last. Don't know what took place, but I truly hope that there will be some mentoring program in place. When I was a board member, I asked for mentoring for any new administration, and that happened sporadically. Hopefully that will change now to make sure that there's a retention. Looking at the agenda, it seems as if the board is contemplating changing the administration building into a pre-K, I guess pre-K to grade 2 building, and moving the board administration office to 10 Rooney Circle. I'm just trying to figure out what else is going at 10 Rooney Circle. There's you know, the animal shelter from downtown moving up there to DPW, the dog park, a library. It just seems like a lot of confusion going on up at Executive Drive / Rooney Circle. And also wondering where the funds will come from. When the administration building was turned into an administration building, because it used to be an elementary school, I think that cost about $8 million, and that was 15 years ago. I think it was 2004, maybe. So I'm just wondering where that funding is coming from, if that's going to take place. And if you have looked at the property that the district still owns by Liberty, as a potential for building. I know some of it is considered wetlands, but I don't know if you have looked at that property to build on. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And no one else is raising their hand at this time.
Thank you, Ms. Gratiza, and thank you, members of the public who hung in there with us with questions. Dr. Cascone, you want to take a first
Sure.
round at it?
Thank you, President Trigg-Scales. And Mr. Mendez, you're still on the call?
I am.
Okay, I'll lateral to you when necessary. So first to Mr. Viney's points, absolutely right. Admittedly, the focus of this presentation was primarily academic. I mean, there were kind of snippets of the behavioral side, of the social emotional side, specifically, some of the way we're approaching the early days of school, the summer program we have along those lines. But suffice to say, we absolutely recognize that we need to be very thoughtful and strategic about the way we're approaching, onboarding students in the fall. A couple of things that we've been working on, our school counseling department has been working on sort of like a social emotional strategic plan for next year, which is not only informing professional learning and training. And I might just also add that there's some work to be done on the staff side there as well, because we recognize that, that'll be an adjustment for some staff members as well, and equipping them to more capably support the social emotional needs of the students. So that is something we're kind of working on through our school counseling department and kind of developing a plan for that. Now, I will tell you that, and I think this speaks, and I was going to mention this relative to some comments that were some questions that came later on in the segment. This idea of looking at things through a surplus perspective or looking at things through a deficit perspective. And certainly, we certainly can look at this year. We can look at things we've done. We can look at things we haven't done. And there's certainly plenty of room, for constructive feedback. But I also think that, you can look at things from a surplus perspective and look for the places where we've succeeded and where we've accomplished great things. And so I would just speak to the level of attention that students who are in need, students who are in crisis, really from my perspective, have been receiving throughout this, families as well, throughout this, from March of last year when we originally closed up until this point. A number of months ago, we had our school counseling department come and present to the public. That presentation is, I believe, still up under board presentations, and speak to the level of attention and individual attention that our principals in understanding. And it's not when students are experiencing difficulties, are in crisis, more times than not, there are warning signs that they are in that type of situation. Sometimes it's just when they're not attending, right? There might be multiple days where we don't see a student on a virtual meet, or maybe even in school, and understanding how we're recognizing that, and whether it's the teacher, the school counselor, the principal, conducting individualized outreach to those students. And it was mentioned, the idea of throughout this time having identified students who could benefit from additional time on site. So I mentioned that as it isn't as if we have not put a critical eye on that up to this point, but we are absolutely taking that into consideration and being more thoughtful and strategic about that moving forward into next year when we onboard our students. And of course, our summer programs will definitely have a component of that as well. How are we planning for the fall schedules for the first few months of the school year? Do you want to, I'll hit the, Mr. Mendez, at what point will we need confirmation? But do you want to talk a little bit about that as far as that mention of extending larger blocks of time?
I think that one, we are planning for a full array of instruction, our time on task, our time in the content. We are planning within our scope and sequence. So as we look at our scope and sequence, which is the entire year built out and how much time we dedicate to each of the units, we're just front loading the beginning of the year with the content, the routines, the procedures, and the prerequisite skills for those schedules. We plan right now for schedules to remain the same, barring any, different guidance. But right now we're planning for those schedules to remain as we left them when we moved into hybrid.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mendez. And in terms of, when would we need confirmation? I mean, that's the $1 million question, isn't it? Which is, from whom will that confirmation come, right? So presently, we are planning to be in, and by planning to be in, it actually makes our planning a lot less complex, because it's how we've typically operated. It's only when we've tried to do things completely differently from the normal that it's become more complex. And then understanding, as we are in full days, we are hopeful that in the upcoming weeks we'll receive guidance on, for example, how we manage increased numbers of students on bus, increased number of students in the classrooms, do guidelines relative to indoor eating, are they relaxed? If not, so these are all, in order for us to really be able to plan, we really need to be getting some new guidelines from our overseeing authorities. But the plan is, we're planning at this point as we can for being in. So relative, Ms. Velasquez, you raised some, easy question is enrichment program does have a cost with it. We have offset some of our summer programs. You'll see that there are programs in August, so they are offset with ESY, and we did that intentionally, so that students would have multiple opportunities. I don't want to take kind of a superficial, stab, if you will, at the additional services for special education students. I think the easy, kind of the simple answer to that is that in child study committee meetings, in annual IEP conferences, case managers and the child study team are looking at that student profile, and are making recommendations for, I think the first piece is making recommendations for programming, right? So if you had a student this year, moving into this year, that was, say, in an inclusion setting for ELA, in the elementary level, that's a student that for next year, provided obviously that there was consent, that maybe recommending that child to move into an ELA resource section next year to get more individualized support through the actual instructional program. Above and beyond that, I know that there's a whole range of different options and services that are being looked at and considered as kind of sidecar support, whether it's at the beginning of the year for a short-term period of time. For example, that might include some additional individual multisensory reading support for a number of weeks. So really, those services will look differently from student to student. But I can tell you that in my conversations with Mrs. Gogarty Fitzgerald, that those are conversations that are being had collaboratively. They're data driven, and they're really individualized and differentiated by the student. And right, so so relative to Ms. Keene's statements, sure. I mean, listen, again, I would, as far as the data goes, I would again, we can use data, to make any position, any argument that oftentimes that we want, and certainly you could look at this data. And certainly there's ample points within this data where one could use them to paint a grim picture about the state of affairs in the district and the quality of the effectiveness of what we've done this year. I would argue you could find an equal number of points on the surplus side of things that speak to the fact that amidst these circumstances, that the district has had success. So it really depends upon the narrative which one wishes to create. We're not really trying to create any narrative. We're just simply presenting the data objectively, with both its upsides and its downsides, but also, harkening back to the idea that in any data set, there's limitations to that data. One always needs to look at the reliability and the validity of that data. And again, going back to this particular data set, this is data that was collected between November and February, when we were completely virtual and had been completely virtual going back into the previous spring. And also that this was teased from one particular measure. So just as we've oftentimes had conversations about the limitations of state standardized test data, right? That whole debate and argument over, does this state test score really define this child as a student? And I think most folks would conclude that no, that one particular measure does not define the student's holistic ability. And so I think that, yes, can we use this as a guidepost to help our planning and guide our conversations? 100%. Should we use it as a wholesale assessment of the holistic quality of what we've done? I suppose that depends upon your perspective. Relative to, where we are in terms of our region and the level, I don't know what data is being referenced in terms of our region being in the green. We go based upon the weekly COVID-19 activity level report from the state, which had us in the moderate range as of the end of last week. That is the sole metric we're using. And my understanding in speaking with superintendents around the county and the state, but particularly in this county, is that's exactly the metric and really the only metric that they're using to make decisions about school opening. I know that several members of the community reached out to the local Department of Health and raised that same question to the Department of Health relative to multiple measures. And the response is that the local Department of Health is using the same report, and the Department of Health, the State Department of Health, is advising local departments of health to use this particular metric to guide school districts relative to opening. Relative to, and we can, I guess, talk 6 through 12. In my conversations and my planning meetings with secondary principals, when we were planning to go from 6 feet to 3 feet, the question was, can we do it? Can we compress from 4 to 2 at 3 feet? And the answer to that question was yes, which is why we're doing it. But it wasn't a cakewalk. In other words, we have rooms even at 3 feet of social distance, and not necessarily our main classrooms, but some of our related arts classes. And this is obviously a secondary school dynamic because of the fact that students are moving from classroom to classroom. On the elementary level, obviously, if you have occupancy in that classroom, you're good. We have classrooms, particularly our related arts classes, our cycle courses at the middle schools, that have larger classes, and where even presently at 3 feet, the principals have told me, this is what they've told me, that there are cases where they're going to have to figure out, in the event all kids attend, how to deal with the spillover of kids, because there is not enough room in the classroom. So if we talk about that spatial issue, that occupancy issue from 6 to 3 feet, going from 4 to 2 cohorts, we know that would only be exacerbated if we tried to go from 2 cohorts to 1 cohort, as we have in the elementary level. I am on some level, as puzzled as anyone. And I mentioned this in one of our previous meetings, when hearing that other high schools and other middle schools were going to 1 cohort. I even asked on the call at the superintendent's roundtable, like, how are you doing that? Like, we could not compress to 1 cohort and be anywhere near remotely 3 feet apart. And I can only assume that it has to do with whether it's the size of the buildings or whether it's the number of kids who have opted to stay out. I can't say for sure, but what I can tell you is that we are at full occupancy at the minimum 3 foot distance in our middle schools and our high schools at the 4 to 2 cohort, Let's see here. I don't know, Mr. Mendez, other than, acknowledging, that oversight on our part in not disseminating the revised assessment calendar sooner. I don't know if there was anything you could speak to specifically about that.
No, I think we should have just revised it and reprinted. I think it was changing quickly and it would have been a series of edits, but we'll consider that moving forward, that whatever changes we're making at the school and class level, that we also do so at the district level.
I'm gonna, Mr. Mendez, I'm gonna ask you to handle the map question relative to reading.
Mhm.
And I think relative to the K2 screening for dyslexia, my understanding is yes, but I'd hesitate to give a definitive answer on that without speaking to Mrs. Gogarty Fitzgerald.
Right, so I would defer to Ms. Gogarty Fitzgerald on dyslexia. And then when we're thinking about the map reading, again, we're really looking for an assessment that really is measuring how the students are doing so that we can inform instruction. We didn't want to, at the very beginning of the year in November or October, administer the map online. We weren't prepared to do that. And we have different assessment that we feel will give us more concrete data for informing our instruction, our curriculum, which is the FNP. I do understand that the MAP is a standardized assessment, that it produces the Lexile. We have iReady ELA that also produces a Lexile if that's what we're looking for. But I think our priority right now, aside from just having these the scores, is to really have the data that informs how we're going to instruct the student in their classes and in our instructional models. And so then that's why we're going with the FNP. We will be administering, however, the MAP in math at the end of this year. We'll be administering the MAP in reading at the beginning of next year, unless, again, the state goes with a strong, I think we're thinking about not over testing our kids, especially not now. We're really just trying to be sensitive to all of the different implications of having been outside of school for so long. In
Thank
person.
you, thank you, Mr. Mendez. And relative to just the idea of differentiation, I would tend to agree with that. And not just in West Orange. I mean, I think as a profession, we've, Ms. Trigg Scales is a former educator and educational administrator, could probably attest to this. We've talked about differentiation for decades in this profession. And I would argue on the elementary level, in the pre-K through 12 continuum, it's probably done better than in the secondary grades, where I would argue we almost completely abandon differentiation altogether. We do it better on the elementary level, but still not as well as we probably could. And that's not a slight against the teachers, because let me tell you, trying to differentiate in a classroom of 25 kids by yourself, it's not easy. We do it well in ELA because the ELA instruction, literacy instruction, the workshop model. We spent a lot of time understanding how we can create small learning communities within the classroom in literacy. Not as well in math, though that methodology is starting to come about, where we're applying more of a workshop approach to math. So you're right, Ms. Neisner. We need to get better globally within the profession about differentiating, no question about it. Relative to, and one thing I've said is, even, notwithstanding some of the limitations of our model, both earlier in the year and even now, I've always said that if, as a parent, you feel as if your child is not being challenged adequately, then, as a parent, you really need to be, I don't want to say challenging, because that seems like sort of confrontational, but understanding what is being done within the existing resources. And we've done a lot of enrichment for students. Mr. Mendez could maybe speak to that. That is one of the things that we're doing on Fridays, enrichment classes and courses. But what more can we be doing? And granted, it may not translate into more time on site, but what else can we be doing? And within our existing resources, which are many, to provide your child with that additional enrichment and support to accelerate them beyond where they are now. We haven't lost that responsibility. And I've said that, and I've even responded to emails and say, our responsibility to do that remains, regardless of the modality within which we're operating. So I think, oh, and finally, Ms. Mordecai. Yes, thank you for calling attention to that. Mrs. Kimmy Jackson is on the agenda for board approval as the Redwood principal, I should say. I can't necessarily speak to from a staff support standpoint. And I'm thrilled to be recommending Ms. Jackson. I might add, I've had an opportunity to work with Ms. Jackson quite a bit this year in particular, partnering with her on our diversity work. One thing about me as a superintendent and principals, I have a open dialogue and communication with the principals. We're on speed dial, check-ins. Our director of personnel, Dr. Vespignani, has instituted kind of standard 30, 60, and 90-day check-ins with new staff and or people who are in new positions, just from an HR standpoint, safe space, how are things going, how can we support you better? So that's kind of one additional structure that's been put in place, but we're very excited about that recommendation. And finally, relative to the feasibility study, thank you for asking that question, Mrs. Mordecai. This is a very preliminary researching of an option. I have had conversations with the township administration. There is space, at 10 Rooney. It is adequately spaced. Unfortunately, it's not adequately spaced for a preschool. It's actually, I think, less space than we currently have, but it would be, we believe, adequately spaced for administration building. But the first step, and Ms. Mordecai is an astute in this point, is we want to look at this building and understand, can we do it within code? And two, what would it cost, right? Now, where would we get the funds? Certainly not out of the operating budget, that's for sure. I had mentioned in previous meetings that it would involve going out for a bond to the community. We would want to be very as conservative as possible in terms of what the amount of that bond would be. And it would be for the cost of renovating this building and perhaps the administrative offices, but it's very preliminary. The Liberty, and you talk about, sure, I mean, we could certainly go out for a referendum to build a new facility, but you're talking now between $15 and $20 million. So, that's really not something, and particularly when we have, such pressing needs from physical plant standpoint, we'd like to try and to get a preschool online for less. So this is one option we're pursuing. And that's all I have, President Trigg-Scales.
Thank you, Dr. Cascone. And I'd again like to thank everyone who weighed in. And Ms. Mordecai, I think that you and I were on the same page when we talked about hiring staff and retaining them. So that is certainly important to us. And you kind of stole our thunder with Mrs. Kimya Jackson. We were going to certainly make a big deal out of that, and we still will. But and Mr. Viney, yeah, trauma and PTSD, we know that everyone has experienced all of that in some fashion and to some degree. So that is certainly in our line of sight for addressing it with both our staff and our students. And let's see, where are we now? Okay, so we're going to get into some business now. And we have attachment 2, which is the second reading and adoption of the following board policies, and that is attachment 2. And is there a motion to approve?
So moved.
Thank you, Vice President Tunnicliffe. Is there a second? Thank you, Ms. Huerta. Any discussion?
Yes, I did want to mention one thing.
Mm-hmm. Thank you, Mr. Rothstein.
Sure. Thank you, President Trigg-Scales. With reference to policy number 6660, which is student activity funds. I just wanted to call out to my fellow board members that there had been a note the last time that we looked at this policy to consider adopting part of the West Orange policy, which is policy number 3453. I did take a look at that and just wanted to report back to you what I saw as the only difference between the two and make a recommendation that we disregard that comment. I didn't know where the comment came from. But the difference that I saw was that the West Orange policy requires that each school have its own student activity fund. The Strauss-Esme policy doesn't force that. It allows for the opportunity of there being one fund as long as every school is tracked separately within that fund. And so rather than merging those, I think that the Strauss-Esme policy adequately covers what it is that we're asking for. And so I just wanted to recommend that we go ahead and adopt that as is, the Strauss-Esme policy as is. But I did want to raise that because somebody had made a comment on it last time around.
Thank you,
was
Mr. Rothstein.
Thank you.
Any other discussion?
Yeah, that was actually myself, and I would like to see that the two policies put together. There was a reason for why we had that notation about student activities. So I would like to continue with merging those together.
So any other discussion?
Ms. Flowers? I'm sorry, President Trigg-Scales. I don't know if I know Ms. Flowers said you had reviewed the policy.
Yes, yes, I have.
Did you have any, and I know that you had kind of, from the business administrator's perspective, reviewed it. Any thoughts on that?
Just that the Strauss-Esme policy does speak to being able to combine the accounts. But we currently have the accounts separated, and it would be advantageous for us to keep the student activities accounts separated. But the policy does allow for a combination of but with 13 separate student activities accounts, it's just easier to manage, and student activities always has so many different transactions, and it's always a complicated, even from an audit perspective. So being able to keep them separate is best.
So you would recommend that the policy strictly state that they can't be combined?
The way the policy, the Strauss-Esme policy read, it didn't say that it was definitively had to be combined. It kind of left room for it to be optional. So my recommendation is that we keep the student activity accounts separated as we have them, but the Strauss-Esme policy does state that they could be combined.
So you reviewed the policy and deemed it appropriate to move forward to the board?
Correct.
Okay.
It's appropriate to move forward. It's not problematic with the way the wording of the Strauss-Esme policy is. It wouldn't present a problem for us in the way that we manage the accounts.
Okay. I mean, the board can table that policy if you wish, or you can move it forward for a vote. It's your prerogative.
I would ask that we table it then for further discussion, in the interest of tonight it being 11:30.
Ms.
And we have
Huerta? Ms. Huerta, you had a question?
Well, a bit more of a comment. I know we adopted some policies that we kind of agreed that we would kind of review after the adoption. Could that be one of these in the interest of time? I'm not sure how everybody else feels about that.
I would
say that we oh, sorry.
No, my fault, Ms. Tunnicliffe.
No, I was just gonna say, it doesn't say that we can't, it says we have the option to combine them, but we wouldn't necessarily do that because we already have them separated. So it's sort of a moot point. Because we're gonna
Also, this is a mandated.
Wait, we're talking on top of each other, so.
Sorry.
Okay, Ms. Tunnicliffe, were you finished?
No, I was just gonna say that, yeah, it's we don't have to change every single policy to be the letter, exactly the way it's written. If it's able to be managed the way we're doing it, it just, we need to move through these policies. We need to get this book done. And this is just one more thing that just then prevents us from furthering our cause of getting this done on a timely basis. We're already, as Ms. Scales pointed out, a board that's tried to create this policy manual. It's voluminous and voluminous, and I think, you know, if Ms. Flowers thinks it's manageable the way it is, then I think we go.
Ms. Huerta, thank you, Vice President. Ms. Huerta, you had a comment?
I just wanted to note, I saw the M is, this is a mandated policy.
Yes.
So I just think that, yeah, I mean, I know that we were making a separate column, right? Gary added a separate column for policies that we can come back to, because the work that we do is a continuous policy work.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm not comfortable with it. And the reason why-
Excuse me, Ms. Merklinger, you'd like to speak?
Yes.
Yes.
I'm not comfortable. Okay. I just don't think that we should just move a policy forward without having further discussion about it for the purpose of this. That layer there, there was a reason why the West Orange policy was written the way it was and was adopted the way it was, separating the accounts. I think that putting that in protects the BA from anyone trying to question that or change it. So by putting in that we're keeping separate student accounts, that's a layer of protection and a tool in the toolkit for the district to protect the district. So I think moving away from that, and that's why I'm suggesting tabling it for now. We have a policy meeting coming up and we can revisit it and then adopt it at the next one. We're not holding it up. It's just in the interest of that we still haven't gone through the full agenda and we still have public comment coming up, that I'm asking that we table it for further discussion.
It's unfortunate that it got on this sheet, that we didn't catch it before it got here.
Well, Mr. Scales, what I would just add to that, Mr. Scales, is that your business administrator, this was a policy that was one of the policies that was forwarded for administrative review. The business administrator reviewed the policy and moved the policy forward. Now that's fine if the board, you know, notwithstanding the recommendation of the business administrator, wishes to table it and discuss it further. But that's why it is on the agenda, because it was reviewed by the business administrator and moved forward as is. But that's certainly, if it is the will of the board to table it and discuss it further, we would certainly respect that.
Okay, I think we're going to take a vote, and we can go back and look at it at a later point in time. But the more we put policies on and then take them off, we're never going to accomplish our goal. So Ms. Flowers, would you take a vote, please?
Wait, can you just clarify what we're voting on?
We're voting on attachment 2.
Ms. Flowers, if we wanted to, Ms. Merklinger would want to separate, could you separate out a policy? Could you make note of a dissenting vote?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Wasn't there a motion on the table?
I mean, there would need to be a motion to table, and it would need to be seconded.
Right. So I had asked to table this for, I guess, officially make a motion to table it for our next meeting, which is coming up, I believe, this week.
We already have a motion on.
Yeah.
We already have a motion on the table for policy.
So do we move that aside and see if there's a second for Ms. Merklinger, her motion? Or do we take a vote on the attachment 2 as it is?
So we want to. Yeah, so after further discussion, we've had a motion now to table that particular policy.
Yes.
Okay.
So I would need a second.
Second motion for that, please.
Is there a second to table the activity fund 6660? Is there a second? All right, there being none, then we move back to the vote for approving policies on attachment 2.
Okay, it's already been moved and seconded. Roll call vote, Mrs. Huerta,
Yes.
Mrs. Merklinger,
No.
Mr. Rothstein,
Yes.
Vice President Tunnicliff, President Trigg Scales.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Flowers. And now we're up to item 11, reports, discussions, and recommendations. And we have a lot of attachments that go with personnel. So I'm going to ask for a motion just for items 1 through 4, attachments 3 through 12. Is there a motion? And before we do that, I just want to recognize our retirements, because this is very exciting. I added up the numbers from Miss Albert from Mount Pleasant, grade 4 with 31 years. Miss Perna from Washington, kindergarten with 26 years in district. And Miss Tyndall at the high school, library media specialist, 31 years, 88 years among these 3 staff members. There's a lot of feedback. I don't know who's doing what there. 88 years among these 3 employees, teachers who have given so much of themselves to the district. And then in B, we have Miss Abul Nanja. After 15 years, a para-professional at West Orange High School, and Mr. Espinoza, a custodian at Washington, 30 years. So just congratulations and thank you. Thank you so very much for all that you've done. And then we were going to congratulate our newest principal, Miss Kimya Jackson, who is the principal at Redwood. Miss Merklinger, would you mute yourself, please? Thank you. We want to thank her and congratulate her at Redwood as our newest principal. We're really thrilled. All right, so now may I have a motion for personnel items 1 through 4, attachments 3 through 12.
A motion.
Thank you, Ms. Huerta.
Seconded.
Thank you, Mr. Rothstein. Any discussion? There being none.
I would just like to say congratulations. Miss Perna was my brother's teacher, and
Oh.
Mr. Alex, we've had many conversations. I love Mr. Alex, and I knew he was retiring. We spoke many times about it. He's going to, I think, where is his country of origin? Costa Rica, I believe. So he's going there, I believe, with his wife. So and happy retirement to everybody.
Great, great. Any other discussion? All right, Ms. Flowers, roll call, please.
Roll call, Mrs. Huerta,
Yes.
Mrs. Merklinger,
Yes.
Mr. Rothstein,
Yes.
Vice President Tunnicliff,
Yes.
President Trigg Scales.
Yes.
Thank you.
And, oh, Ms. Tunnicliff, hang on 1 second. Hang on 1 second, please. We have an additional item, a walk-on item, number 5 in personnel. And this reads, upon the advice. Oh, I thought she was going to make the motion after I read it. Okay. Yeah. Okay, item number 5, which is a walk-on for personnel. Upon the advice of the superintendent and following the closed executive session this evening, the West Orange Board of Education votes to terminate this employee, number 8355. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Thank you, Ms. Vice President Tunnicliffe. Is there a second?
Yes, seconded.
Mr. Rothstein, thank you. This being a personnel matter, there will be no discussion. So at this time, Ms. Flowers, would you please do roll call?
Roll call, Ms. Huerta,
Yes.
Mrs. Merkinger,
Yes.
Mr. Rothstein,
Yes.
Vice President Tunnicliffe,
Yes.
President Trick Scales.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Flowers. And that moves us into curriculum and instruction, which is, we have items 1 through 3, attachment 13. Is there a motion to approve?
So moved.
Thank you, Vice President Tunnicliffe. Is there a second?
Yes, seconded.
Thank you, Mr. Rothstein. Any discussion? All right, Ms. Flowers, please.
Roll call, Mrs. Huerta,
Yes.
Mrs. Merkinger,
Yep.
Mr. Rothstein,
Yes.
Vice President Tunnicliffe,
Yes.
President Trick Scales.
Yes, all but myself on attachment 13. Yes. Thank you. Moving into finance. Items A and B, attachments 14 through 18. No, through 17.
Can you repeat that? I'm sorry.
What did I say? Items A and B, attachments 14 through 18 I have down here. Okay, so is there a motion?
So moved.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Yes, seconded, but clarification is, are we going through item? I'm seeing attachment 19 on item 11.
18. Did I miss one?
Let's see.
Yes, 19. Thank you.
19.
All right, so let me back that up. Attachments 14 through 19. So who made that motion, just to clarify it? Okay,
I did.
Vice President Tunnicliffe, thank you. And the second? Was that you, Mr. Rothstein?
I don't recall, but I'm going to second it right now just in case.
Okay, thank you. All right, any discussion?
Can you just clarify, because I'm still a little bit unsure of what we're moving forward. Finance, C, is that what we're moving forward? Item A.
Finance A and B.
And B.
Yes, you're with us?
I'm getting through 17, not 19. That's
Okay,
why
but there is a 18 and a 19 there.
Page 12.
Just for clarification, Ms. Huerta, we're talking about the attachments. There are 19 attachments, but you're right that there are 17 items.
Right.
Oh, okay. I gotcha. Okay, now I understand. Thank you very much.
Okay. All right, any discussion? There being none, Ms. Flowers, would you do the honors, please?
Okay, roll call, Ms. Huerta,
Yes.
Mrs. Merklinger,
Yep.
Mr. Rothstein,
Yes.
Vice President
Thank you, Ms. Flowers. And that takes us to item D, reports. And this is Superintendent recommends to the Board of Education acceptance of the HIB report ending May 10th, 2021. Is there a motion to accept?
So moved.
Thank you, Vice President. Is there a second?
Seconded.
Thank you, Mr. Rothstein. Any discussion? There being none, Ms. Flowers, would you take us to a vote, please?
Roll call. Ms. Huerta,
Yes.
Mrs. Merklinger,
Yep.
Mr. Rothstein,
Yes.
Vice President Tunnicliffe,
Yes.
President Trix Scales.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. And that brings us to petitions and hearings of citizens. And this is on any item on the agenda or not on the agenda. And Ms. Graftiza, would you just remind our public of the procedure? Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you. Yes, it is the raise your hand button located at the bottom of your screen. And if you are one of our call-in patrons, it is *9. And you don't have to wait for anyone to finish talking to put yourself in the queue. So first we have Miss Julie Metz. If you can follow the prompt on your screen and give us your name and address for the record.
Hello, my name is Julie Matz, and I am one of 2 librarians at West Orange High School. I'd like to begin by acknowledging all those who spoke on behalf of the West Orange Library program last month, and to the board and Dr. Cascone for reinstating the 2 librarian positions originally slated for elimination. As you saw tonight in the Asian American Pacific Islander presentation, West Orange Library Media Specialists enliven, enhance, and enrich not only their home schools' literacy and cultural events, but also those that are district-wide. We are grateful for the recognition of our contribution and also for your continued support. I am here tonight to speak on behalf of Nora Estrada, the administrative assistant who is being let go under the rationale of last hired, first fired. Rationales are not always rational, and in the case of Mrs. Estrada, this is particularly true. By letting Mrs. Estrada go, the district is losing a rare individual, one who was able to hit the ground running in September when she replaced the legendary Judy Jessup and took over administrative support for 3 high school departments: career education and library science, technology and engineering, and world languages. She is one of 2 district employees who speak Arabic, as well as 2 other languages. Being Muslim, Nora offers Muslim students a mirror and other students a window into a culture that is underrepresented in all employment categories in our district. We are losing someone who is willing to step up and do whatever needs to be done, from assisting in the submission of grant applications, shepherding staff through the purchasing process, interacting with vendors to track down incomplete orders, managing the security system for new library acquisitions, and much more. Nora took on this complex position requiring a mix of interpersonal and technical skills with little or no learning curve. It is beyond ironic that we should lose such a talented, intelligent, capable individual who, in addition to her talents, makes a significant contribution to our diverse staff. In closing, I would like to remind those listening that just as we let Nora Estrada go, we are looking to hire staff for new positions created in this year's budget. We are looking for more Nora Estradas. In the words of Dr. Spock, this is highly irrational. Thank you.
Thank you. And next we have Beverly Tyndall. If you can please follow the prompt on your screen and give us your name and address for the record.
Beverly Tyndall, WOHS Library Media Specialist. I am asking the board to reconsider and retain the employment of the highly qualified Nora Estrada. I will be reading a job description for administrative assistant for West Orange Public Schools. I've taken liberties with the bonus qualifications since, as you will see, it would be nearly impossible for one candidate to possess all of these capabilities. Duties and responsibilities include providing administrative support to ensure efficient and organized operation of the office. Bonus, work for and organize 3 individual supervisors and their unique offices and diverse needs. world language, tech ed, career, family ed, and library. 2, responsible for confidential and time-sensitive material. Bonus, no gossip, no shopping during the workday. 3, ability to effectively communicate via phone and email, producing and distributing correspondence, memos, letters, faxes, and forms. Bonus, do so without grammatical errors while understanding tone in communication. Extra super duper bonus, speak and write in 3 languages, including Spanish and Arabic. 4, familiar with a variety of the company's concepts, practices, procedures, missions, goals. One of them, hiring diverse staff. Bonus, be a culturally diverse, multilingual staff member. 5, rely on experience and judgment to plan and accomplish goals. Bonus, no experience, no one to ask, just dive in, teach yourself the skill, and master it. 6, implement a wide degree of creativity. Bonus, be a self-starter, learn a sophisticated, specialized library cataloging system just for the fun of it. 7, assist in the preparation of scheduled reports and grant writing. Bonus, figure out grant writing specifications for the benefit of the district. 8, organize and schedule way too many meetings and appointments for the 3 aforementioned supervisors. Bonus, figure out why they have so many meetings. 9, learn System 3000, order office supplies, keep accurate budgetary records, reconciling expense reports for all departments and supervisors. Bonus, learn System 3000. 10, learn and keep up with the latest intricacies of Google, Microsoft, PowerSchool, Blackboard, OnCourse, Frontline, EdData, and oh yeah, Systems 3000. And finally, all duties are completed accurately with high competence in a timely manner and with a pleasant demeanor. Bonus, do so without complaint and a smile, although you are grieving because you just lost your 61-year-old father to COVID and you just received a reduction in force letter where you, with all of your special and efficient qualifications, you, Mrs. Nora Estrada, you will be losing your job as an administrative assistant at West Orange Public Schools as our way of thanking you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. At this time, if we have anyone else who would like to speak, it's using the raise your hand function located at the bottom of your screen. And if you are one of our call-in patrons, it is *9. And there is no other hands that are raised. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Graftiza, and thank you to Ms. Matz and Ms. Tyndall. Dr. Cascone. Alrighty. All right, so we are, board members, do you have any additional comments? Ms. Huerta?
No, I have nothing to say.
Ms. Merklinger?
Yep. So just, following up on some of the earlier discussions, with May also being Mental Health Awareness Month, I'm just curious what we have in store or plan for the curriculum, and for our students to recognize that. Not that I need an answer right now, but just something, to consider. It's something that's very important to myself. And I think, like Mr. Viney had mentioned earlier, it's definitely something we want to ensure our students, and Dr. Cascone, you spoke to it as well, ensuring that we are preparing our students and our faculty with the tools that they need coming into the new school year. I did just want to kind of, reach out to, and I appreciate the folks that stayed on, but I did want to just kind of comment because there's this divisiveness that I think is going on in our community. And I just wanted to say, there's no easy answer in terms of Fridays and what's going on with school, whether you're hybrid, virtual. I think what we saw tonight is that while we might have thought that while we were full virtual, we were thriving, it doesn't seem the results are there. That's not to say that we can't be or that we can't improve, but I think it does definitely show us that we need improvement and that brick and mortar is definitely a more successful way to reach our student population. There are definitely students who are doing better in virtual, but it seems like the majority would do better if they were in school. And so I would just ask that the community respect those parents on both sides, whether you are 4 or 5 days of school on site or you're someone who prefers to have virtual. There's no easy answer. It's not anti-teacher to want your student or your child in school for 5 days. I personally, my son is in school 5 days a week. I appreciate all his teachers for what they do and the efforts that they put in. But, I think just being mindful of what you're reading on social media. Some of the facts, quote unquote, facts have been out there, especially about faculty hiring and letting go of folks, has not always been honest information. It's about maybe a quarter of the truth. So just be mindful of that. I think as a community, we've always come together and with kindness and looking out for one another. I look at the different community, candle lightings that we've had and unity rallies and things that we've had. So I just ask the community kind of take a step back and breathe and just look at both sides and be open-minded to what other perspectives are. But with that, I also, just a few things that have come up in the district for the community. Our West Orange High School cheerleaders, there is a tryout clinic coming up for 8th grade through 11th grades. It just got posted today. That's on May 18th. Our youth programs, from everything from travel soccer to travel baseball, football, cheerleading, across the board, are having tryouts. And so I think it's a great way, in light of May being mental health awareness, to get our students involved in those activities. So just putting that out there for folks. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Merklinger. Mr. Rothstein?
No report this evening. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice President Tunnicliffe.
Hello. I did have a few things to say, and I'll try to make it a lot quicker than I had originally intended. I was on the New Jersey School Board's legislative meeting on Saturday, and there were a couple things that they discussed about the information coming out soon about the reopening of schools. So the one thing that they did, we talked a lot about the various federal funds that were coming out, all the ESSER funds, but regarding the coming back to school, they're going to be, they've developed a guide that is around 4 different questions around operations, learning acceleration, insecurities, and financial obligations. So this guide will be coming out end of May, early June. Along with this guide will also be a checklist for readiness. So they did not give any details on this. All we can expect is that it's coming out. It should be here by May, end of May, early June, and it should give all of our superintendents and our boards guidance on how to open the schools, hopefully. So we are keeping our fingers crossed and looking for that. And I just wanted you to know that our colleagues at the New Jersey school boards have all been advocating quite strenuously for guidance so that everyone in New Jersey, all of our districts throughout New Jersey, can have this guidance and move forward for planning for the reopening in the fall. And I think I'll just leave it at that since it's so late. So thank you so much. You're muted.
Thank you, Vice President. Would you repeat the 4 areas for us? Operations, insecurities.
It is operations, learning acceleration, insecurities, and financial obligations. So those are the 4 guiding questions that they'll be framing any of the opening stuff around. So
great.
And we did somebody, if I can just add one more thing.
Sure.
It came up tonight about the ESSER 3 funds, and what we did find out and this may or may not be news, is that these funds will be available through 2024. And there will be continuing to work on the reopening of schools, so funds will be allowed for that. For learning loss, accelerated assistance, interventions, allocating resources, summer programming, extended day before and after school programs, Saturday academies, holiday academies, and evening academies. So funding will be able to use in all of those areas. So that does give us a little bit more information, which is nice. And the New Jersey Department of Education will provide specific guidance. And I should mention that this is actually coming from the New Jersey Department of Education. There were 2 women who were on the call with us. One was Dr. Lisa Gleason, who's the Assistant Commissioner of the Division of Academics and Performance for the NJDOE. And the other one was Diana Pasculi, who's the Deputy Assistant Commissioner for the New Jersey Department of Education. So that's the information that we found. We had a lot more stuff, but hopefully I can give a little bit longer update when it's not almost midnight.
Yeah. Well, that's great. That's good news. So thank you so much for taking the time to share that. So I know today kicked off Allergy Awareness Week, and our students are learning lessons about allergies. And we've also been we'll be posting an allergy fact each day on our website. And I just wanted to thank our presenters again, our API Heritage Month presenters for bringing us that information. And as you know, the rest of the month is devoted to that celebration. I also wanted to inform our public that we are looking to move back into in-person board meetings in June, if everything remains as it is currently, and we'll have more information on that as it unfolds. And at this point, I would ask, or I would remind folks that our next public board meeting is on May 20th. It is virtual at 7 p.m. And I would then ask for a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Thank you, Vice President. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Thank you, Ms. Huerta. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Meeting is so adjourned. Thank you, everyone. Stay safe.
Thanks.
Thank you. This is to inform everyone that when I end the meeting, it will end for those both on and off screen, and no other business will be conducted. And thank you, and have a good morning, as it officially is 12:01. Good night, everybody.
Good night. Thank you, Ms. Graftiza.